through the dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire untamed. The nation he loved now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror of truth. The ghost of our father screams for our youth. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage.
Old aching cells with a snarl and a scoff. While dickheads and blowhards will try to show off. He's got no time for their bugs and spin. Just a battered old rudder and thick weathered skin. He's sailing a straight ship in a sea full of pricks. While the loudmouth whackers all circle like ticks. They flap and they blabber, they shout and they scream. But Abe keeps it steady, clean fucking beam to beam. They're lost in their echo chambers of shite. Drunk on their cloud, barking wrong like it's right. They're stuck in their dinghies with anchors of lies. While Abe rides a storm with no fucks left to buy. Yeah, he's sailing a straight ship in a sea full of knobs. While the Twitter brain captains all suck at their jobs. They meme and they moan, they rant and they rot. But Abe's got a heading and they fucking do not. They said you'll go nowhere, that course is too square. But Abe flipped the finger and cut through the air. With truth in his sails and a map in his brain, he pissed on their compass and danced through the rain. Now he don't need applause, no bullshit acclaim. He's not here to play in a small-minded game. With a flask full of fire and a soul full of fight, he'll sail past their noise like a thief in the night. So here's to Abe thinkers who won't take their shit, who don't need their likes or their fake TikTok wits. He's sailing a straight ship while the rest drift and fail. Abe don't need luck, just a good wind and sail. So cheers to the captain who's sharp as a blade. In a world full of knobheads, he just cuts away. Let the pissheads keep shouting till their voices go dead. It's halfway to freedom and miles ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. Hope you're all well. So, I don't have a big plan for tonight. I'm thinking... Oh, gotta shut off that. Look at me being a dipstick. Okay. Welcome to anybody who's watching. I don't have a crazy plan for tonight. I thought about reviewing some Andrew Wilson. I thought about reviewing some other interviews that I've seen recently. And I have a few things in the suggested topics. But I'm unsure if that's what I wanted to do. I did notice Speakeasy has a panel going right now, the after panel for Swords of Reason. I don't know how long that's going to continue to go, but I might jump on there. That's a good start for entertainment tonight. Also, tonight we will... hold on. I gotta check something. This is acting very strangely. Looks like... Oops. I meant to do. Unless you guys know of a different panel that I should, or a different thing I should do, which you could let me know. The close that. Okay. this content. Live. Good to see you, Mr. Mister. Got to get this all figured out what I'm doing here, because I'm not sure yet what it's doing. We're going to set this to subscribers only. I'm going to set it to 1 minute. Weird. Okay. Odd. I don't know how to make that do it, but there we go. Okay. Anyhow. Yeah, I think I'll go over and jump on Speakeasy's panel and give them some crap. I think Minar's about to leave, which is kind of sad because I'd like to tussle with his stupid argument that he's making. But that's fine. I can tussle with the rest of them. How about that? That'd be for fun. What do you think? What do you think? Who all do we have in the house? Who's in chat? We got Mr. Mister, but I see that we have 4 live chatters. So, who else do we have out there? Watching but not talking. Let's get this up and go. Okay. We just have silent watchers. They don't want to reveal who they are. They're just watching from the shadows. That's fine. Do this. Oh.
Son of a whore is great. It's great that your mother's a whore. Is that what's great? Re-examination. You're fucking exposing yourself. No one on earth is gonna look at you as a real person anymore.
Listen, examination. Examination. Let me bring down the temperature. Examination. Let me bring down the temperature here for a second.
Examination.
He is actually Mr. Mister. He is a tool bag.
What? Where's again? When is he gonna represent the argument that voice was Jesus Christ?
While they try to figure that, hold on.
Why is everybody else arguing? Why is everybody else speaking? I'm exposing the whore, son of a whore. Let me finish with this whore, maid bitch, and then you guys can come. Let me finish with the whore.
Hold on. I don't.
Let me finish with his mother and him. I want to fuck his mother in front of him. I'm gonna fuck your mother. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? I'm gonna put my penis in your mother.
Because his mom is ugly.
Needs to go fuck his cousin.
Hey, no one make fun of his mom. I like his mom. His mom is my baby.
Problem with the
Wow.
Okay, again, re-examination.
Christ.
Can you show us the
Wild.
proof that voice was Jesus Christ? Go ahead.
Okay, so you're no longer arguing that it was the angel, right? Because you now acknowledge that's the next day, and you now acknowledge that
No, it is the angel. I'm arguing it is the same angel. I'm arguing the angel is Satan.
Okay,
That's
you
literally
know
what I'm
that
saying.
because we have two different days now.
Can you prove me otherwise?
You said it was-
Can you prove me wrong?
Yeah, because the angel's referred to as an angel, and the Lord's referred to as the Lord. The end. It was the next day.
That's actually not
There's
true.
something extra.
Okay, really quickly, just to dive into something.
Guys, he's lying. He's
I would like
lying.
to politely
Shut
invite
the
him
fuck
to
up!
Moscow
Shut
for
the
some
fuck up!
$1.50 hot
No. Hey, take easy. I gotta answer.
Clip that.
I gotta respond to this guy. I gotta respond. So he lies, and he says that one was called Lord and the other was not called Lord. Both of the angels in verse 4 and verse 14, which he acted like they were so far apart a whole day, guys, remember, a whole day. Both of them, the same name was given to the voice or to the concoction. It was called.
Wait. Are you talking about an angel of God? Is that what you're referring to?
An angel of God came in and said to him, Cornelius, and he stared at him in terror and said, "What is it, Lord?"
Okay.
Yeah. And what it says,
So he looked at the angel and he said to the angel, "What is it, Lord?" And then in 14 it says, "By no means, Lord." So he uses the same exact name for both
The same
different
exact
entities.
name?
According to
Hold
you,
on.
it's the different
Hold on,
entities, right?
Hold on. Wait. So it says your prayers and your alms have come up for memorial before God, right? Is that what the angel says?
Yes.
His brain broke again.
Yes,
Okay.
that's it.
Okay, making sure.
That's it.
Hey,
So you're not disagreeing? Yes, you're a fucking whore. Your mother's a whore.
Manar-
Your whole family's
Hold on.
whore made.
Keep going.
Hold on,
You and
Manar.
the whore lineage.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Fuck you and your
Manar-
mother.
Hey, Manar.
All
So
Christians
again,
are like this. This is the
you're
second
in-
Christian I've caught with his whole.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Christians
You're
are like this. They all
you're-
have whore mothers.
hold on. It's
They
completely
all
aside.
lie and have whore
Yeah, it's
mothers.
completely aside. You're North American, right?
Bro, why are you talking to me, man? Go make sure
You're-
your wife is not cheating on you. She has green hair.
Hear me and hear me good, nigga. I'm here to double down. That shit is a 2-pack of ass. The fuck are you talking about? That shit stink.
Are you
You're-
sure
but
your wife is not
again-
cheating on you?
Absolutely. So you're
Are you
North
sure?
American. right?
Manar, all right, cool it on your wife and your mom. And
You're
Who
North
that for?
American, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I would like to politely invite you to Costco for some $1.50 hot dogs.
Beef.
Politely.
Beef hot dogs.
Thank you.
What? Yeah, I'll take you. We can we can have the great Polish versus
Yeah.
regular hot dog debate.
If they're halal hot dogs, I'll come.
Okay, sweet. We just get some hot dogs. You know,
Yeah,
of all
sounds good.
sizes.
Everest, hey, you're still not
Fantastic.
on my good side. I'm still
I
gonna
only
roast you and cook you
beef hot
when
dogs.
when it's your turn. By the
I
way,
love a
Cook,
rack
cook
of
me for.
ribs.
Cook me for. I don't know what you're gonna cook me
Everest,
for.
pray to God that you never have to meet me, Avarice. Because look
I
what
am
you could
sitting in
happen
the
to you.
back
Could
at the
happen to
moment,
you. What
just so-
happened to Trench?
just so you
Could
know.
happen to you. What happened
It
to
didn't
the
happen to
dog.
me,
Good to
bitch.
see
I
you, blood
fucked you
logos.
up.
Happened?
Good to
Look
see
what
you,
look what happened
dishwasher
to their
safe.
teriyaki chicken. Pray to
What
God that I
moral,
don't come and
what
see.
moral platform do you
That's
think I
actually
live
fuck
on?
you up,
At least
dude.
our mothers aren't our
Daddy, I
cousins.
can
Shut the fuck
That
up, you
is the
fucking
Quick
plus.
question. I just want to
bullshit.
understand
You-
what moral
Okay.
platform do you think I live on?
Bro, I'm hoping to God that you're Christian because you keep LARPing as a Crucible member.
Wait.
LARPing.
What's my name say? Right there.
America, I don't know.
No. The name. Avarice. So what do you think my worldview is?
tag, bro.
He's a hater.
I don't know, a homosexual guy.
Look at the
What-
chaos
Sounds
wheel
like
behind
sounds like a
him.
homosexual name.
Wait. So what do you think my worldview is? If my tag says avarice, what do you think my worldview is?
I don't know, man.
Maybe
He's got a
avarice?
broken 8
Pissing
slope
people
wheel
off.
of chaos
Whatever.
behind
Maybe
him.
avarice?
You're into superheroes.
bro.
Do you think maybe avarice? Do you
what
think
they're
maybe
saying.
avarice is what my worldview is?
Maybe your first name was Avarice. I don't know.
Maybe that's all I care about is my own self. I don't care about anybody else but me first.
Yeah.
He's a
sounds like-
narcissist like you, Menard.
Yeah.
Trench, just because you call yourself where you sleep doesn't mean you're better than us. Okay?
Side
I'm better
question.
than you for a whole bunch of other reasons, like I'm
Side
smarter,
question.
stronger, faster.
Side
better
question.
looking.
I use
Where's
my
the
first
chat?
name and he uses
What-
his fucking.
What does hold on? What
That's
does
his
being
name.
what does being a,
Your name
what
ain't
does
Menard.
Be
You're not
honest,
the
you just-
tower.
what
Trench,
what
be
does
honest.
hold on? I have another question.
Not your
What
name,
does
though,
being
Menard.
what does being a fan
I
of
both
the
know that.
Crucible have to be with being Christian?
I mean, I would hope that you guys, you all LARP as Christians. You try to get all this support from Christians.
No,
and you,
no,
and you
based
LARP as
off
if you're there
lying.
to support them.
I even told
And then
hold
you
on, the first time I met you.
are funnelers of fucking Republican Party.
Nope. That's not what I. The
lies.
first time, no, the first time I met you, what did I say I was? I said based off a recent manifesto from Jake, I am a
I thought you were
secular
joking.
humanist that follows Christian nationality.
I thought you were joking.
Why would I joke?
Because that's exactly where Rob Noor is, and he got mad when I tried to confront him on that. So I thought you were making.
Is
a
my
joke
name?
about that.
Am I Rob Noor?
No, because he got mad. So I thought because you know Rob Noor, you're making that joke.
I just
What-
finish up.
What
Good to see
are you talking about?
You're a
wondering
conservative, a
if
secular
Easy's
conservative.
gonna let me on. I'm sitting in the back still. So.
Sure.
That's the
Yeah,
joke.
He is. He really is. He's a secular
Sure.
conservative.
You can call me a secular conservative right now.
can
That's
get in on
fine.
this.
What's the issue with
That's
that?
Fighting,
fucking
so-
He
hilarious.
doesn't understand that
See, that's what I-
conservatives
Joke.
conserve whatever
You're
your thing
actually
is. Like
taking it
American
seriously.
conservatives are conserving.
What is a
fucking
secular
Western
conservative?
liberalism.
Well, see
Sorry.
what? Yeah, sure.
Let me ask
Hold on.
Avarice a couple of conservative questions.
Sure, well,
let me see
again,
if you're actually conservative. Can I
well,
ask you if you're
again,
a conservative?
I'm not conservative. I'm avarice, right? So let's start with that. I'm a secular
Yeah.
avarice.
Manar,
Let's be
you're
very
not
clear.
conservative and your religion isn't conservative.
Let's be very clear.
He is
Uh,
who he is. That's
yeah,
what he
it-
was getting at. You
Wait, are
fucking
you
dumb.
using the same argument as
But
French,
anyway.
that Christianity is whatever you
I've never
interpret it
said
to
that.
be?
Quit pointing
No.
at
Literally what
you
you're inter-
fucking dog.
No,
Wasn't that your
Chris-
seclura, whatever, Santonio?
You can't even
Sola
say it because you're an ignoramus.
No. Look at. I just think that from what I see, Christianity has the moral high ground, so I believe that they should be in power.
Richard Dawkins is a social fucking Christian.
Why?
He's an atheist,
Why?
But he believes in fucking cultural.
Why do they have the moral
Christianity.
high ground?
What?
Good evening. not
Because they
Voltaire.
have the
Good to
moral
see
high
ya. Good
ground.
to
So
see
you don't
ya.
like anything
Four
about the
score.
Christian ethics. You just like that they're the strongest
Score.
ethics.
I'm in the back
Ethical
What do you mean?
waiting
Well,
to
I was
get
talking
onto
about
this
morals,
panel,
so obviously
so
it's their ethics.
see.
I don't.
Yeah,
What,
but
what
you-
else
kind
would
of
it
wanted
be
to
on?
get on.
Because
And
secularism can't make morals of its own.
Crash
so they
on
Again,
borrow
moral
ours.
yeah. Again, that's why I believe. I believe
But
secularism can't
we'll
make
see.
morals of its own, so it borrows from Christianity, which means they have the moral high ground, right?
If
Again,
not,
if
maybe
we're
I'll
talking
end
about like
joining,
if you want to talk about secularists have a
geriatrics or
higher
something.
IQ or things like that, and like we have the
I was going to
technology
do a
based.
review, but I decided I
Sure,
didn't
we
feel
have
like
those things.
doing that.
So
Hold on,
Or
but
maybe I'll do it
we
after
do not
this.
have
Who
the
knows?
moral
We'll
high
see.
ground,
But
and
they
I
were
believe
also
Christians
under-
do.
we're also
So what does that
combating
mean? That means if
secularism,
you
because
hold,
originally
Hey, La, good to see
secularism
you.
was
If you
Thank
can
for
two
coming.
make-
different Protestant denominations.
I
and
gotta
they
Awesome to
leave,
have
guys.
you.
I gotta leave. It's 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock
Oh
where I'm
my
at. I gotta
gosh.
leave. I gotta work tomorrow. But I just want to
gotta
ask you,
work.
Nigga, you ain't got no real job.
bro. Shut the fuck up. Stop projecting upon me, man. The fuck. The guy that lives in the basement.
Good evening,
Hey,
Smoking
I'm
Spaceman.
a
Good to see
fucking
you.
pensioner
Good to see
from
you.
subjugating your people.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. There's no way you have a full-time job. There's no way anybody would hire you. It has to be something that you've created. I thought you were gonna say you're an inventor.
So Manar, just to
So
clarify,
anyways,
he
average,
wasn't
anyway,
going to touch what I said with the 10-foot
discriminating-
pole, was you?
Shut the fuck up! You're shit debater, Rev. I can't believe you're a TikToker. You're
No,
trash.
yeah, fuck you. So
TikTokers.
you're discriminating.
Let me
on
get back to
the
Avarice.
side
Give me 1
because
second
of
with Avarice. I'm gonna head out, guys. Thanks so much
Are
for
you
today.
trash?
Fuck you,
That's
dog.
trash,
Dog, you
dude.
look like a dog. Dog, you look like a dog. What's his name? The dog, the guy on the bottom.
Is trash talk all you have, or are you gonna actually
Yeah,
bring
no,
logic to this
Look, I'm
conversation?
actually entertaining. I'm actually entertaining. I'm actually cool. I make cool jokes. I'm not like you, where I look like I'm cooking out of my head, or I don't know where I am.
You make
I
good
got kidnapped here,
jokes.
guys. What did I do here?
Oh, you make good
Wow.
jokes. Yeah,
Yeah,
fuck you,
yeah.
mothers is really good.
Yeah, I just
It's a
stood up,
really good
guys.
one. That's a good one.
His jokes are
Okay,
only
guys,
funny.
listen to me.
Whoa.
It's
Yeah,
all
listen.
right.
No,
Listen,
good try,
I just
man.
got kidnapped over here. I just
Good try,
found
man.
myself here.
Come back around. Like, come back around. Like,
I just found myself
what's
here.
up,
I'm
Voltaire?
Avarice, guys.
good try.
Anyways, Avarice, put down your eyebrows and let's talk a little bit for a second, okay? You
Okay,
are
hold on.
saying Christianity has the moral high ground. You see how he's laughing? He loves my jokes. He loves my fucking jokes. I'm a good joker.
No,
No,
you
no,
you're
shut
just
the
saying
fuck
you're
up.
leaving, and then you'd had to be like, oh,
Yeah,
look.
I
All right,
can't
all right,
turn that
whatever.
down, actually.
So you said, yeah, I just need to finish Avarice, and because I already finished everyone else in the room, especially Teriyaki. So Everest.
See, I live rent free in this motherfucker's head.
Shut the
I haven't
fuck
spoken
up.
a word
Shut the fuck
for
up.
about
I know, you
20
don't even have
minutes.
to speak.
And he
You've
couldn't
been
help himself. He's
roasted.
like,
You
that
exist.
fucking leprechaun.
You exist. Roasted.
Everything he's saying about
No
Iran
one
is
does
right.
love leprechauns.
You're
Fucking grinds
toasted.
my
Your
gears.
existence is toasted. Your
Rent free,
existence
baby.
is roasted. Oh man, that's crazy. Okay, so Avarice, you said that Christians hold a moral high
I
ground.
see. Okay.
Is it because you
well,
like their Christian ethics, or you believe that their ethics are superior to all ever?
let me see
other
what I can
ethics?
One more time.
In my settings.
What is special about Christian ethics that you believe makes it hold the moral high ground?
Oh yeah, the people are way better, cooler, cleaner. They don't shit all over the place. I mean,
I have an idea.
Wait a minute. I thought Christians white.
They don't have sex with their cousins.
Body slammed fucking Menard through a fucking table there.
But
Literally just like rattled off like 10 things.
Muslims use water when they wipe their ass. Christians still use toilet.
Oh, you have a bidet?
Is my volume?
No, it's a hose.
No, you have. You said you agreed to having a bidet right now. You have a bidet?
It's not a bidet. It's a
hole.
hose.
Getting in a hole in the backyard.
Do you or do you not currently have a bidet? Because I'd love to talk about your installment. Now, I like to keep mine. I like to keep mine at 72 degrees temperature. But what do you keep yours at?
How is
meaning? Wait, how is this guy straight? No way.
You don't have a bidet?
No way, you're straight.
Wait. So you're saying that but you're saying
Everest.
I wipe it. I use a bidet. I use a bidet. You have a bidet?
Yeah, but
you use cold. So you're inferior. You need to use a hose. You're right. That's why. Why would I want to use a cold hose? Christian.
I'm sitting in the back. Hold on.
I'm sitting in the back, but half robo. Am I still half robo? Oh my gosh, Voltaire. It's hard to take the call while I'm in the. There's too many volumes. Yeah. I turned it back down. I can't hear you.
Like teriyaki.
You do realize that, like, basically what you're saying, Menard, is that, like, oh, you're gay because you have a bidet, but you just have a less sophisticated bidet.
To be fair, I was hoping to get on, and if I could get on, then it wouldn't have mattered. I would just be in the panel, not trying to talk over them, but I'm not in it, so sorry for the gain.
15-year-old boys into fucking.
Not only is the cold water on hose good on ass, you can also use it for drinking
what do you mean,
too.
Donkey? Donkey, what do you mean, donkey? Donkey.
He just called you in shape, by the way.
Hey, donkey.
Donkey
What do
pull
you mean?
cart.
Okay, so I want to know.
Donkey pull cart.
So you're saying that your culture lacks the bidet quality that the Christians have?
I'm saying that they don't have a verse that tells them that they have to
wash.
So
you're not appealing to my average.
You have to clean it with the left arm.
You're not appealing to my avericious self.
They don't have hadiths. They don't have teachings of the of the prophet of Jesus.
Again, anything under 10 ps or under 10 psi with like 72 degrees or less, those are inferior product. Inferior product. Why are you giving me low IQ product?
Okay, guys. Okay.
Don't be Canadian. Not one step back.
Thank you.
I can see teriyaki.
Everybody can see how I destroyed Menard. Everybody
can see teriyaki. Okay, let me finish. I can see teriyaki. You're the biggest bitch on earth. I can see it. You're right.
You bloody bastard! You bloody bitch bastard!
Before you go, thanks.
He's gonna see Menard lose this. He's conceded.
Don't ever ask me to debate you ever again. That was
somebody clip Menard.
All right, guys, come on, y'all talking at the same time. Nobody's hearing nothing.
Friends, that was the worst experience of my life. I will never ever talk to you ever again. I hope to God I never see you. I hope to God that something bad happens to you that I don't get.
Don't lie, you fucking love this. Look at your smile and laughing. I see you, Menard.
Shut the fuck up, you leprechaun bitch.
Menard, I will
love you too,
pay
Menard.
for one of these guys to get kicked off the panel. Which one you want if you stay?
No, I gotta go. Trench, no, I gotta go.
I've got to go.
You.
I've got to go.
Trench,
I've got to get in the taxi.
Avarice, good argument, by the way. Good argument why Christianity is strong. Good job. You really destroyed me. Your bidet won. You win. You got the better bidet.
Again, you lose to the bidet.
I concede that. You got the better bidet for sure.
Yeah, next time
one that goes right up your crack.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it goes up your crack. You look French a little bit, to be honest.
You won't fucking listen to anybody.
Hey, Menard, I annihilated you, buddy.
Hey, to wish
Trench, good
somebody
debate, Trench.
harm
High five.
not wanting to talk to him again. Like, dude, come on.
That's what I like to see.
Daniel, you look so fucking ugly. I cannot.
I do.
Thank you so much for turning off the camera.
I got
Thank you so much. You literally look like Teriyaki's picture. just
Come
wear,
on.
can you wear one of those
See how
hats?
he just
Do you have
it
a top
always
hat?
comes back to the leprechaun.
Definitely chaos.
Rent
Do you have
free.
a top
Queen,
hat?
I mean,
definitely.
there's a housing crisis now at the
Shadow
moment. I got a
Queen.
free
No,
place
it's
to stay.
funny.
Free
It's just
shit.
funny that you have the
He
picture
doesn't
of Daniel and he looks like you in real life. I
But
mean,
don't
I
make
just
fun
think
of
it's
him
funny.
for being ugly or weird with his avatar. Make fun of Teriak for being a retarded, stupid, degenerate motherfucker.
You're right.
No,
You're right.
but
I
that's-
should
no,
make
no, no,
fun.
he can't.
I should make
French,
fun of
he
his
can't because
teeth,
retarded people are a
how
good
he looks
thing in
like
his
he's
culture.
AIDS and disease.
He wants low
You're
IQ
right.
people.
Again,
I should-
and what's your cousin's name one more time so I know who you're fucking? Just so I can
Yeah, so-
get I want to see the
Yeah.
Christmas card too.
Bernard is an
Dude.
insane.
I just want to know who to send the Christmas card to.
Bro, Avarice doesn't even know who to follow. He's like, hey, the Christians look cool. You know, maybe I should I'll follow them. You know, honestly, that's literally what you said to me. You said the Christians are cooler, and you
Bernard,
like them better.
You should
That's
become a
literally your
Christian,
argument.
bro.
Well, I mean, yeah,
You
I'd
would
like
do
to follow
so
some
much
cool.
good.
I'd
So
like to
you
follow
think
cool
you-
fucking people.
You think Trench looks cooler than me, huh? Is that what you're arguing?
Absolutely.
Have you seen? Have you seen Teriak's? Have you seen Teriak's pink tips? Those things are badass.
You fucking failed.
Yeah,
Teriyaki
yeah,
is
bro.
an abomination.
I got
Teriyaki
the
is like a
rainbow.
Zoroastrian.
We're taking the rainbow
Teriyaki
back.
worships fire. Turkey
Wait,
worships
wait.
fire and
All I
rats.
hear,
He doesn't
all I
worship-
hear
religion
is
comes from
listen.
fire
All I
gods.
hear is that you're offering me a lack of
Teriyaki.
again. You're offering me a lack of McMuffins. All right, and you're offering me a lack of prime rib.
And no
and
bacon
baby back
either.
ribs.
Bro,
This
but
is
because of
silly.
that, your daughter doesn't become an
see,
OnlyFans whore.
Ag?
How
No,
about
but
that?
my daughter becomes a low IQ Donkey
You
Kong card.
don't eat ribs, but your daughter grows happy and she has 7 kids and she's married for the rest of her life. Isn't that great? Fuck the ribs.
He's making a stupid
No,
argument.
no,
You
they
don't
become
eat
just
ribs.
confused
really
as I
stupid
am.
argument.
You don't eat ribs, but your daughter lives a great, happy life where she's married and she has a lot of kids.
What
Isn't
a
that a
dumb
great?
argument.
Just
Isn't that
Wait,
a
is
fair?
the argument, Menard, is the argument,
Hold on.
Menard, that if we don't allow people to eat pork,
Menard.
they won't grow up to be whores?
Yeah. You lose the pork ribs that you guys love so much.
Menard, I got a
ribs,
question.
but you gain a beautiful
I got a
daughter
question.
that will be married and not all doing OnlyFans for her.
Yeah, I got a question.
Wow.
How many partners has my wife had other than me?
I hope to God she keeps that a secret to you.
Yeah,
It's
he
just
does-
me.
He does
Just
shout
one,
all the
right?
time.
Just
I
me,
don't get
because
it.
it was just me, right?
Oh, thank you, only
so
Mr. Bill.
this whole
Hey, but
OnlyFans
but wait,
ideology you
Mr.
have.
Bill.
But is that something that
Thank you,
Christianity
Bill.
advocates
Hold on.
for and fights for?
That
or
whole
is that something that
hold
the
on.
Muslims advocate for?
That only OnlyFan thing that you have, it doesn't exist in my world, right? My wife, I'm the only person that's been in my wife's life. I'm the only male that in her life outside her father. That it has any kind of influence. I don't know what kind of perspective you have.
Sorry, Everest. That's an anecdotal evidence. According to the statistics, there's like 15% of women of
Okay, but you're talking about how you're trying to change my worldview,
But
Menard,
there's more
not
single
anyone
mothers
else's.
in Arab Muslim countries than there are in the
No.
West.
I think he just froze.
Have a
Look at
good
this.
night,
This is-
smoking
clip
space,
that.
man.
Okay, there it's back. All right.
Wait. So, no. So, according to look, just understand this: 15%
Yes.
of women in America have between 18 to 25 have an OnlyFans account. So, this is a trend on the rise.
I don't know.
OnlyFans is
There's a
only
lot
5
of
years old.
bots. There's a lot
Muslim
of
women
hold
are
on.
overweight.
Like,
They're the fittest women on earth.
Hold on. Shh. You can't prove
Yeah, but
the
this
bot.
is becoming
hold on.
like our.
Hold on.
rite of
Can you
passage.
hold on? Can you prove that with the
Oh my
bots
gosh,
numbers
keep posing.
missing? Like, can you remove the bots OnlyFans out of that too with that number?
Yeah. Okay, I can show you if
Yeah,
you want
show
to
me
remove
that.
the bots. I
Yeah,
don't
remove
know.
the bots.
I don't know if the statistics remove the bots, but what I can show you.
Okay.
is
Well, what's
that
the
this is
statistics
a
with the?
trend.
Okay. So what's the statistics with the bots removed, please?
Okay, calm down. There's no bots. I don't know. You're assuming that there's bots. That's what you're assuming.
What do
In
you-
my
there-
studies,
wait,
it didn't
no.
assume- it didn't
OnlyFans
assume
has
there were bots.
OnlyFans has come out and said that there are bots.
Yeah,
That's why
but
they're trying to crack
they
down
were
on it.
looking at
There are
individual
hold on.
accounts.
They even show OnlyFans accounts where men are in full control of these AI women. So on OnlyFans, so can you please prove to me the real?
So are
women
you denying the
and not the AI
OnlyFans?
ones?
Are you denying that OnlyFans is a trend that women are
Calm down.
exceedingly and
Menard telling
increasingly,
someone to calm down is-
gravitating to for money? Are you
Is
denying that?
is Mila
Peak projection.
Khalifa? Is that Islam?
She's
I'm
Christian
asking you,
from
are you
Lebanon.
denying that OnlyFans is something that women in the West
wait,
are
was
gravitating to?
was Mila Khalifa? Was she Islam to begin with?
Yeah, but is OnlyFans in America or is it in Egypt? Where is
I
it?
mean, I mean, I saw this thing called tour booty once, where they were just having sex with Islam girls over there too.
So you're talking about Sharm el Sheikh. You're talking about Sharm el Sheikh. Sharm el Sheikh is something else. The city is a little bit wild.
But she's
no. Hold on. No. You
I'm
can't.
talking about the effect of OnlyFans.
Again, no. I'm talking. You said, "Is there like this?" I said, "I brought us up the wells." You're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, forget about that one spot."
In Egypt, there's OnlyFans in Egypt.
But
And it's on the
there
rise.
are
But Manar, you said if you go
This is
to
a
Islam,
trend only
your
Americans
daughter,
and
if you give up the bacon ribs and all this, you just said if you just give up the bacon ribs, all I have to do is stop eating bacon, and your daughter won't grow up to be a whore. But Mia Khalifa grew up to be a whore.
The issue is Egypt,
she's a Christian.
Pakistan
She
have
eats
the
pork.
largest porno downloading rate per capita.
Christian. She eats pork.
Mia Khalifa is
She's a
a Christian,
Yeah, she's not a Muslim.
Catholic.
but she was raised Islam.
No, she
No,
wasn't.
she was just an Arab.
That's
She
you
just
being
knows
porn
Arab.
sick. She was Catholic. She went to Catholic school in America.
Lebanese, yeah. She's actually American. Like,
What about that?
She wasn't American.
Manar, what
They-
about
they moved
that?
here.
That Majid chick that you debated recently.
Nara, have you noticed
that-
how
that
I
She
don't
was
girl is
really
raised
like-
Islam, and now she does like OF reading the Quran.
She's
in her
Persian.
bikini
She's
or whatever.
Persian. She's Persian. She was Shiite. She's a Shiite version.
Yeah. So
Persian.
Shiite Islam.
that's
Yeah.
not the
Okay.
white kind
And
of
then what about
Muslim,
They're
what
not
about
Muslim. They're not Muslim.
and what about What about Yasmin Khan?
You saw that in the debate. You saw that in the debate that she made arguments against regular Islam. For example, she tried to argue that we're allowed to marry random girls or like have sex with random girls. At the same time, when her partner was
Still
arguing
Islam.
that. But at the same time, her partner was arguing that Islam doesn't allow
Yes.
adultery, and so that's why his friend in Egypt had to go and get her pussy.
You can't have sex with
remitted
random
or whatever.
girls.
Still Islam.
Actually,
Well,
you
At the same
can't have sex
at the
with
same
random
point he was
No, it's
doing
fine.
that,
I can wait.
he was making an argument that
If it's
Islam
because it's completely
allows
full, I'll just wait.
adultery.
Yeah, and then
So
This is
showcasing
entertaining
that
enough.
Shiite
I'm
are
just
totally
going to comment
different
on the
Islam.
stupidity
you-
of
can you
Manar.
Are you a
explain-
virgin? Are you chaste?
Can you also
married.
explain? Can you also
married?
He's
to your cousin?
loud and
No, don't do that.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay,
But you're-
what about?
you're
Okay,
legitimately married,
can you
though.
explain
For real,
Yasmin
for real.
Khan?
I've heard
Can
you
you?
say
I don't want
before
to
in
take.
some of your
Yeah,
videos
I'll just talk
what
about
you
how
would want
how
out of a
retarded
wife,
Manar looks.
like it hasn't happened.
No, I'm married, and I'm married to a
Yeah.
Catholic.
Can you
I mean, it's
explain
obvious
Yasmin
that
Khan?
Just like
doesn't
Muhammad
understand.
marrying a Christian woman.
You know,
So here's something. Manar flat out doesn't understand that unclean things has to do with everything, has to do with your body, what you touch, how you act, has to do with what you eat, all of those things. So that verse he's arguing about in Mark is literally talking about clean and unclean, which is both dietary as well as conduct in ritual. It's literally saying that the things you put into yourself don't matter as much as what you put out into the world. So, and he can't see that connection exists at all.
speak English or
So,
Arabic. Or
it's
not.
silly.
Well,
I would
hey,
marry a Chinese girl who
But you
doesn't
see
do
how this
any
motherfucker
knowledge.
lies?
'Cause I don't care.
And it
I don't
makes
care.
it hard for me to fucking try to intervene from the dog piling because you're a lying scumbag all the time.
Yeah. So
Well, Chance, it's not even about the just wait till he's done and then say what you want to say. You know.
Fair enough, but if you let him continue to lie, what is one lie turns into 20 in fucking 2.2 seconds. And
It's
then you're
literally the
fucking
same.
running
I'm
that
just
hill.
finishing. The way I speak, I say things and then I make the point. So just allow me to finish,
No, you don't.
and you will get it. It will always relate back to a singular point. Everything.
Now,
I
back
say
to
will always
Leviticus,
relate
it's
back.
called verse 6. It says emphatically, do not have sex with close related family members. And if you share a grandmother with somebody, guess what that means?
Yeah. So let me ask you a question.
Actual Leviticus verse. None of these guys could fucking suss that out. They were
So-
busy going around their elbow to their asshole. And then to the
Yeah.
dietary.
So that
Well, hold
means
on,
that
I
you
didn't
cannot
even,
be-
hold on, I
years,
didn't even
for
engage
200
that
years.
trench.
Yeah, but
For
Trench.
200 years before there was a canon that was delivered, there was this document in tradition that came out of the Didache that distinguishes the difference between Jews and Christians. What do we eat? Do we observe the Jewish, which Jewish rituals do we observe, and which ones are, quite frankly, Judaizing our new religion of Christianity? So this
Why
all
do you
comes
sound
out
like
of the
Neil
Didache.
deGrasse Tyson, bro? That's crazy.
Because I'm a smart nigga. Why do you sound like a
you
fucking
speak
autist
exactly like him.
that is got brain damage?
Like I told you guys, and then we can end up in Mars
and all we need is
No, that's
the
not what I
Lord,
said.
sir.
I was
That's
talking
how you
about the
speak. You speak
Didache.
exactly like him.
Wow.
And then to the angel of the Lord, there's a specific
That
name.
was that an
given to
insult?
that
He's trying to
angel,
insult
and the
him by
verse is
saying
the
he talks like
only
Neil
angel in
deGrasse
the
Tyson.
whole
Like
choir of
what?
angels given
Great
this very
insult.
specific name.
Yeah. So you're saying Leviticus, the first verse in
I think
Leviticus
you're
is saying that
speaking like an
you should not be with your
intellectual.
cousin.
Say that.
That's what
I
you're
said
arguing.
Verse 6.
That's
Verse 6.
that's a good insult. I'm gonna do
18:6.
that to people. I think you're speaking like an intellectual.
Do not be with close family.
Oh, it's so
Period.
stupid.
It's an abomination. I believe it even ends with like the
Oh my
Lord says
gosh.
so. The Lord something.
I am the Lord or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my gosh. How
Sorry, guys, I
goofy.
disconnected.
No, you didn't.
Oh,
You
now
just
he's
heard
back.
The truth. Because
Yeah,
I
my
keep dropping
internet-
all
my
these
internet is
truth
really
bombs.
bad.
I don't
I
let
need to
people
go.
fucking leave out the facts. Not you, not them.
Let's see.
Manar is killing me, bro. Look how fucking hilarious I am. I'm better than all of you. I'm actual content. Examination looks like an old fucking hag who's eating pork. The other guy,
What?
he calls himself
He
Reverend
can
Russ.
see that he's eating pork.
Can you have
evidently.
less character? Can you have less character
You
and
didn't even
personality? You
address my
can't.
argument.
Look at the
You
other guy. He calls
ran.
himself Avarice.
All I saw was
And
the
you know what's so
back of your
amazing
head
about
and elbows
Avarice?
when I brought
He
I got a
conceded.
bidet.
theology.
He
You couldn't
conceded.
even
He's
You
address
conceded.
He
You
conceded. He's
conceded.
dumb as
You're
fuck.
not
He's like,
even a
listen, guys, I'm
Stoonie.
stupid. I don't know, man. The Christians look cool to me.
What are you talking about? At least I got a
You know, and
bidet.
then I
What are
don't
you
need to
talking
say anything about teriyaki, and I'm glad that Trish came out of his house for the debate today from his.
Keep my
Neil is
name
wild
out
now,
of
but
your
so bad you
to
ran
insult
so
the way.
You remember who you are. You are the dog that you are, and Daniel.
Run from me
Daniel,
so
you
fast.
need to do something about that face. I mean, we
Wow.
gotta put like a
Can we-
hat on. We gotta
Can
bring
we still
back
talk-
COVID. Put a mask
Can we-
on.
Smart. You have the face of a woman.
I
would
still-
put your breasts
Grow a
together and
beard.
make love to
I-
them.
That is
I
the
still-
compliment. That is the compliment. Tell
I
me my
still
eyelashes
wanna-
are long. Tell me.
I still want to
Yeah,
address
yeah,
these
yeah.
Muslim
Tell me
porn
my
stars.
eyelashes are long.
Like
dude.
Or you just
I
went
would
to find
still-
a victory when
I
you
would
ran
still like
He
to
is
address these
ridiculous.
Muslim porn stars you
Suzanne,
have.
He is.
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of
I'd
them.
like, I'd like
Pakistan.
to address covenant theology, which he ran from.
Yeah, I would
Not
like to
one.
address these
All right,
Muslim porn
Reverend,
stars.
Reverend,
Before
Reverend, I'll
times.
give you the next time.
Don't
Next
sit
debate
here
is me
say
and you,
dog
Reverend.
walked me when I dog walked you through scripture, buddy.
Reverend, you just talk a lot. You have no personality. You're like, if
You
I
just
put an AI,
argue
if I put an
with
AI
people.
voice, if I put an AI voice
And
over
insults.
your picture,
Hey,
it would be
Chad, do I
better
talk a
content.
lot?
It would be
Look
so
at
much better
this.
content.
What's
Yeah.
Shark
Chorizo
following like?
tacos.
It did-
How awesome is this?
it
I love
did-
pork.
Faction his view to a point.
Mm. Disgusting. Guys,
These are
are we
pretty good.
surprised? Are we surprised the guy has a heated bidet? Like, we're not surprised. I mean, the guy
And-
sounds
Have you
fucking
experienced
nerd.
the heated
And
bidet, though?
chorizo tacos.
What
Oh
do
my
you mean?
God.
That's what he has.
Manar, are you French?
Are you in Japan or something?
Like,
Shut the fuck up,
I
Teriyaki. Don't
agree.
ever talk to me.
Hey,
You're
you want
saying-
some of this,
you're
Menard?
We a lot.
You
Are you
know,
French?
What the fuck? You want a bite?
Even-
Yeah,
Even Trench didn't seem to argue very well. I get that, like, he's not going to use scripture a bunch, right? But even then, he could have argued better.
Panel.
Don't give me teriyaki. I will
don't know, I
never
feel
debate
like-
the fucking loser teriyaki chicken ever.
No.
I don't want to talk.
Run away, little girl. Run
And hey, by the way,
away.
And you
Reverend
could
Russ,
at least tell
speak,
him, like,
speak to
where
speak
the
easy. I'll
scriptures are.
debate
I
you
don't know
anytime.
why
And
you would
Daniel,
say,
come to my channel and I'll
like,
teach you a little bit about debate. It's
it doesn't
nothing
matter.
against you.
It doesn't matter.
I'll debate you
I'll
anywhere.
help
You
I'll
ask him where
help
the
you learn.
scripture is.
Trench,
Tell him where the
Trench, you
scripture
expose
is,
yourself.
then tell him
Trench, you expose
that
yourself.
there's
It's so
church
clear you
tradition,
never
and we
debate. You talked
understand.
over me a lot. You didn't let anybody hear
oh,
you.
you
through
took
the-
over
through the
everybody all the time. Are you mad
apostolic
that I
succession
used your own tactic better than you against you? Bitch!
This is the
You didn't
case.
use it better than me.
Fair.
That's what happened.
He does that.
Imshi!
You didn't use it better. That's the only difference. You did not use it better. All right, boys. Thank you so much. Avarice, take the L. Islam is better for society.
No, it's not.
Even though we don't have heated bidets. Take
Good
the
for
L.
society if you want a bunch of inbred.
Thanks for
retards
coming,
in the
Manar.
war.
See ya, speak easy. Thank you so much. Peace.
Good job, Manar.
Well, that
Well,
was
now we
clearly
know he
something.
has an inferior bidet.
And then
Well, I mean,
Bidet.
I got a bidet. Bidets work, dude.
Well, that went exactly how I thought it was going to go.
It did.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to go that way, but it's all fucking okay. I'm glad
Well,
that all went okay.
If
Did
you
And
guys
real
see-
quick, chat, we are 13 subs away from 9,000. If you're not subscribed yet, subscribe.
You all see
13
my
away.
Y'all see my Mexican wife had a great idea to bring me these chorizo tacos.
Oh, yeah, it's tomahawk.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, and just a piece of advice: if you're ever losing a biblical debate, just claim it was a demon.
Yeah.
Why does manure always want to take it to Christianity with me? Like I have some
But he
fucking
didn't
moral
want
ground to
to.
stand on.
This is just like obfuscation because the second I started bringing up theology in the debate when everybody was not on the panel, he ran away from it. He did not meet any of the theological points or practices. He couldn't argue against church tradition, superseding sola scriptura for Catholics and Orthodox. Like I brought up the whole point of the Didache for a fucking reason, because this is a document 200 years before the canon that mandates diet, ritual, circumcision, etc. Sad. Very sad. Oh well, couldn't happen to.
But he done the same thing to
I had
Rev
some
Rose as well.
questions for him,
Bigger
but
asshole.
he left before I could get in, and StreamYard's limitations did not allow me to get in to get those questions in. I put it in the Q&A either, but it didn't go through, so it's okay. That's fine. I'll get
I think it's hilarious that he bull rushes everybody he debates, but the second you bull rush him back, he becomes this big pussy.
I know it
Of
took
course.
forever to
We
figure out
know
whether
that
9
there's
was
going to
in
be
between
some
3
sola
and 15 or
scriptura
not.
that's used, but like at the very least,
He
Rev
ran,
Russ is going to
and then he
utilize
say beat me. That's fine.
He said
actual
beat me too,
church
and
fathers'
it's like-
writings
it's like
for
he-
why
so
it's
in order for
why
his
the
argument to work,
justification
be
of
like,
Scripture
well,
is
that means I
what
can
it
eat
is,
poison.
and
It's like,
so
you really think that?
that's
Okay, then why didn't
gonna
Leviticus
trump
mention poison? You can't eat
people like-
poison if you can't eat pork.
like
And he said
Menard.
pork is
They
poison.
should have allowed
Can
him
we
to
just
finish the
admit-
full
He was
argument.
Can we just
already
admit that-
overwhelmed, and then
Can
he
we
got
just
fucking
admit that he
dog
actually said he conceded and then said I conceded after he said he conceded, which
Yep.
made absolutely no sense?
Yep.
And he ran.
All right.
time.
You also got him to admit that having low IQ is actually a good thing, and he conceded to having low IQ, and Islam is mostly low IQ people too.
That's what Daniel Hakikachu said. That's what Daniel Hakikachu said.
Menard admitted that the low IQ thing was probably not so good for his people.
Hey, you know what? I'll concede one
So-
thing. He tried. Okay.
He tried.
He did it.
He was outgunned on every
That's the
level.
human
Yeah.
experience,
Theology,
right?
facts, logic, and
He
showmanship.
tried.
At least he tries, dude. I'd give him that. At least he tries.
The
He
question I
wins
had for him.
sometimes.
The
Like,
question
he
I
did
He's
had
a
good job
fucking
against
spurg
Marty
monster.
for being dead
Just
ass
like
wrong.
Trent, he's a fucking spurg monster too. We all fucking know it.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Yeah, I did. Dogs.
Who's I?
Watching for a while.
Oh, you're a fucking
Dogs.
retarded idiot. I don't care.
I mean, you do spurg a lot though, Trench.
you spurg a lot, and you also say a whole
dude,
lot of
I've
nothing.
I spurg.
Oh, now you
I've
did
seen
it.
you hammered fucking drunk going in circles chasing your asshole around in fucking circles.
Now you kicked the bee's nest.
Anyways,
who are you
gentlemen,
talking to,
if
Mr.
you
Trent?
want a good argument against the whole cousin marriage thing, go back and listen to the argument that I gave to Minar about us eating pork. We're not under that old covenant. We are under a new covenant. And
I
under
get
the
that.
new covenant, we are governed by the Holy Spirit and by Scripture. So if the Holy Spirit convicts us not to do something that is good as written in this covenant,
But
that's
it is
why.
good as written.
That's why I can look at you and say, Minar, is it or Trench? Is it okay if you eat somebody? Can you eat another human being?
I don't need to do all that. I can just say
No, just
Leviticus.
it's a
I
simple
can say that
question.
the church fathers gave a ruling based on Leviticus, specifically verse 6, etc., on why
Okay.
you ought not bang
Yeah,
your
that's-
cousin. And then they
that's
threw down a
crazy.
fucking cannon. So I don't need to do all the sidestepping and maybe this, maybe that,
There's
maybe this,
no
because it's not all
sidestepping.
sola scriptura. There is a whole
Okay.
authority coming from the body, which is
Mm-hmm.
Christ.
And Islam rejects that whole authority because according to them, it's that authority that
They're still
corrupted
going
the
to reject
Scripture.
your book. I mean,
That's
by
their
their
whole
own by their
argument.
own philosophy, theology,
No,
and
they
legal
need-
system.
they
Your
need-
book is corrupted.
Well, they consider the Bible to be inspired scripture, though.
What?
Yeah.
Did you hear
Not
him
really.
quote the Quran one
That's what
time
the
up
whole
here?
Islamic dilemma is about.
Not really.
They believe the
Quote Quran
Bible's
at all.
corrupted. If the
Did he
Bible's
what?
corrupted,
I don't
then the
remember
Quran is
that.
wrong.
What was
So,
Minar quoting? He was quoting the Bible.
Silly.
He never quoted the Quran. He never got up here and told you hadiths.
Yeah, when I talked about
I
all the
know he
Quran
didn't.
stuff, he
The
ran away
Bible.
from it.
So if that's where he wants to fight you at, then you take the fight to him right in the Bible,
Oh,
just
I
like
did
what
both.
I just
I fought
did.
there,
And he ran.
and then I fought on.
But you didn't fight in the
Enemy
Bible
trench.
trench.
I hit him with the simple stack of covenant theology. Covenant theology.
You just
101.
fought him on.
You can ask my 12-year-old, honey, why can you eat pork? She'll tell you simply, I'm not under the law, Daddy. I'm under grace. This is something even my children understand. So
But we
when
can
they
lose our
when they
grace.
try to pin you on any of these Old Testament laws that violate your conscience, like
Just because you
well,
can lose
there's
it
a
doesn't mean
argument
you're
of silence.
under
It
the
doesn't say
law
you can have your
of eating
cousin.
pork. Like,
Okay, but that violates
of
your
not eating
conscience.
pork.
Just like I asked you, Trench. Is
Just
it
because
okay
grace
for
can be
you to
lost
eat
doesn't mean
another
you
human
don't
being?
have grace.
Anybody up here, is it
or
okay?
can't have grace.
Nope.
No.
Okay, show me the verse that tells you you
Yeah,
cannot.
I wouldn't say that. I didn't answer that.
Because
And
that is Levitical law. That's Levitical law, and I bet nobody up here has ever read the Levitical law on cannibalism, but it's there, and you
I've read
don't
it.
even
Actually,
need to
it's pretty
reference it.
important for Orthodox
but
and
it's not
Catholics
there in your
because that's
mind,
one of the
like-
big accusations thrown down.
Hold on. The point is this. Okay, those who are in the covenant with Christ has the Holy Spirit in them. The law is written on their heart. Anybody who says different can go take it up with Paul, and they can take it up with
But
Jeremiah.
by that doctrine, then you're out of the fucking covenant if you're not consuming the
what?
Eucharist.
Says where?
The Didache,
That doesn't mean you're outside of the covenant.
church tradition.
Okay. And I'll give you the same argument as the Muslims. Show me where it's written.
The Didache.
What's that?
The first known document that delineates the difference between Jews and Christians and how
Why? Okay,
we
so why
should
wasn't it
worship.
canonized? Why wasn't it canonized? Why was Philemon canonized but not the Didache?
All right. Well,
These are the questions that you're going to be faced. If you go up against a Muslim who's not Minar, who's actually like,
did I destroy Minar?
Pikachu.
Yes,
Like if
I
you go
destroyed
against
him,
Pikachu, or if you go
especially on
against,
theology. I
or if you go
destroyed
against
Pikachu
any of the
too.
Dawa guys, you go against any of the Dawa guys with this, and this is the questions they're going to ask you.
But to be fair though, Russ, you were also suggesting to me that I use a rumor that Muhammad had been raped
Yeah,
by.
because they use the exact same kind of arguments
But I
against
don't.
Christianity.
I don't need to
You heard
do
it the whole
that.
night.
I didn't have to do that. I simply used the truth tonight.
And it's not a rumor. That's actually
No,
codified
it's
in
not.
the Hadith.
It's not recognized by them.
It's
if
not
you're going to try to
recognized
beat
by
somebody
them.
with their own game, like he was trying to beat us with their own game, like liberals and
Okay,
communists try to
what's
use
not
Christianity.
recognized? Okay,
to-
what's not recognized by us that he sits here and beats you over the head with?
I'm talking about it's not recognized by Muslims that
What I'm
Muhammad was
saying
raped by.
I just came up here to shit on Minar, so I'm gonna step back and let some of the guys in the back step up. So it was a pleasure coming up here. It was a pleasure
Thanks,
hanging out
Everest.
with you guys.
Always a pleasure having you, Everest.
Fantastic show again. Rev, good to see you. Teriak, it's good to see
Good to
those
see
pink
you, Everest.
highlights.
Thank you,
sir.
Trench.
Thanks for the laughs.
Everest, thanks for introducing me to
Thanks.
Grunt. That dude is cool.
Bring
as
me
fuck.
out of
I like him.
No. I hope you all have a good night out there. Get those donos in. That's what makes everybody happy. That's what makes Baby Avarice happy. Miss Pistachios, hello. And goodbye. And yeah, everybody have a great night.
You as well. Thanks for coming out.
Night.
Anybody else have a splitting headache?
A splitting headache.
Not yet.
I mean, I listened to all the.
Ram Lincoln.
I made sure to drink lots of water during the debate.
Good.
Yeah.
Any Tylenol
Stay
left over?
hydrated.
Yeah, fresh out of Tylenol.
Oh man.
I saw it started better than I expected. I will admit that, and then it went.
It was crazy.
And then it ended like you expected.
Level up, level up,
Yeah.
level up. And
Yeah.
Yep, here it goes.
Here's the other side of that. Like, I don't know. Menar's not factually correct about so much shit, and you guys, by not taking the direct approach and the path of least resistance, you allow him in a lot of ways to run circles around you. It's what happened to Marty.
I see what you're saying, kind of. Yeah.
But
well, Marte. Okay, here's a problem with what
You ran
Marte's
straight
question
away
was.
from me.
Marte said, "Look
Yeah,
at
he
the
fucking
genetic effects.
dropped
Look at the
out
genetic
to this
effects."
rate.
And he's
He
like, "Well, then,
refused
are you
to
going to
engage
ban old
you.
women getting married? Are you going to ban people with Down syndrome getting married?" And Marte did not directly answer the question or like zip up that argument.
And there was other things that Marty could have been like, we don't just let Down syndrome people get married. Nobody's marrying Down syndrome chicks that's not of Down syndrome themselves.
But are we going to the prompt was about legal prohibition?
That was actually my question. I actually asked that at the end because I think that was a point that should have been like directly answered.
It's like,
because
it's like when he started talking about.
Wait, it brings up a good logical extension of what Marte's argument was, right? Because Marte was saying because of the genetic deficiencies, we shouldn't allow that to happen. So then you could, by extension, say, okay, well, because of the genetic deficiencies of Down syndrome people, we shouldn't allow them to have kids either.
Right. If that was the on-off switch, then it would apply across the board. But that's not what Marte was trying to argue for. And he wanted to specify it, but he couldn't find the mechanism to limit it to relatives.
The simple path for Marte would have been
Right,
like, well, in our Christian society, we already don't just let Down syndrome people marry. There's like a whole rigid process of cognitive ability and self-sufficiency that has to be met before a judge is going to sign off on that.
Well, I have to admit, I'm not aware of this process. I am willfully ignorant of this process.
Doesn't that fall in line with like the age of accountability and the psychological accountability?
It's like showing up in Las Vegas with a 9-year-old bride and thinking you're just gonna walk through the fucking drive-through getting hitched fucking place. It's not a thing that's going to happen.
If you don't know and can't reason at the level needed to make the choices, then you ought not be doing those things. So
exactly. Right, that would be the limiting principle, not the actual effects
of the innocence. Specifically through the Romantic movement, right? Because before the Romantic movement, there wasn't just, I'm going to fucking fall in love with this random person I don't know, get to know them, and pick who I'm going to marry. The shit was arranged before this period of time. So this is an evolution of Christianity itself, mostly. Christian culture, because it's a living tradition. That's why it's so powerful, and that's why it survived so long.
Y'all screamed at each other a lot.
Had to. There was no. That was 100% inevitable. And that's another reason why Marty didn't do so well, because you got to meet a Manar type Muslim at their level. In their culture, from their perspective, a male is dominant. That's why I played up the beard, the Macho Man Randy Savage shit. He didn't know what to do.
Nice. You really looked the part for this one, didn't you? You were preparing.
The problem, though, is like to him, insults actually count as points, and he's thinking he's winning because he's insulting you and your mother and your family, and
which is why I made sure I sprinkled into hard, true facts in between my insults.
Of that culture before, and that's their culture. They're really quick speaking, and they're like they want to slam, point, bam, 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 like that. That's part of some of those cultures.
It's no wonder. It's no wonder.
It's not meant to be offensive.
To get along, at least for the cause.
I really kind of wanted to get up.
That's how they talk
and flat out tell him
react to each other.
That the verse you were discussing is. He keeps like questioning ritual and dietary as if they're separate, different things. But literally, if something's unclean, it doesn't mean it's only unedible. It also may mean you can't touch it. It may mean there's a ritual to touch it. Like all these things are encompassed in that one thing. And so all of those things are within the grouping. And it's like he doesn't get that. So he's just going to keep saying that you're an idiot.
When I turned it around on him, like, for instance, he kept crying about slavery. When I mentioned that, the Muslim world right now, are the ones with all the slaves in like 3 different Muslim countries.
That's the other thing.
Libya, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen.
It's
And actually, I think there's
undeniable.
a handful of other outliers.
It's undeniable that
But
every
he won't
Muslim
prescribe. He
civilization
won't make
is
prescriptions
worse.
for that. So that's why I kept like interrupting to hold him to a point, because somebody, and it's not just a Muslim thing, it's a debate strategy, I guess. If you let them lie, get one quick lie across, and this is where Marty got overwhelmed. Next thing you know, you're battling 20 different lies, and all of a sudden you've got to defend 20 different points, and you're way away from the original subject matter and point.
Yeah,
Which is
or you
why I
could
kept
just
breaking it up and bringing him back.
Yeah, or you could just say it doesn't matter.
just dismiss it.
You can, but when you're dealing with somebody like that, he's gonna showboat and stand on that.
That's an invalid point. Move on.
I get it.
One of my questions to him, because I remember
Marty tried doing that, though.
I remember Menard, going after Leviticus law, it doesn't matter, and he was trying to go over and say that because the New Testament is what Christians go by for most of their
It's because he doesn't understand covenant at all.
I understand.
Well, he doesn't understand his
that.
own religion.
Right.
When he was pressed about certain aspects of his own faith and practices and law, he stopped. He refused to fucking answer. Not because
the question I wanted to ask him,
didn't want to. It's because he did not know. Because he's a fucking narcissistic know-it-all.
Yeah,
that was because of the point where he was challenging the Christian level or different parts of Christian values or places of different values. Sorry, it's getting late at night. I'm about to go to bed.
The question I wanted to,
so many different doctrines. Is that where I'm going? Doctrines of Christian.
No, he didn't even understand his own Sunni doctrine, much less acknowledge that he's got a bunch of different denominations.
You questioned him on the same thing, and he went, no.
He didn't want to talk about divorce rates in the Muslim world. He was talking about subjugating the women.
He wanted to talk. He wanted to. He said that there's one true. There's one true Islam. He said there was one true Islam, but there are different schools of thought. Isn't that just what denominations are?
I love that he was trying to do that. He was trying to act like Christians are the only thing that schisms.
What was he talking about?
Muslims
Because it's
aren't
not just a
Muslims.
school of
Yes.
thought. These other
Right.
denominations are
We're
different
Muslims,
theologies,
but those are
different
Muslims who aren't
policies,
Muslims,
and
so it
different
doesn't
law.
Is he trying to
Yeah,
say
exactly.
that those are the Mormons of Islam? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's
Because that's what
exactly
it sounded
he's
like to
saying.
me.
He
I
gave
don't.
it the
That's
Mormon
exactly what
defense.
he's saying.
Right.
Like him being Sunni, he says that the Shia or the whatever's all those other quote unquote schools
In
of
reality,
thought.
that's just the Protestants.
Real quick, guys, 1 second. I just want to let the chat know we're going to be wrapping up in about 30 minutes. And we have Kieran, Marte, and not Voltaire in the back. So if you guys want to kick someone off panel and bring one of them up, it's 50 to kick a panelist, but you can't kick Trench. He's off limits because he was
For
main
once.
favorite tonight.
I will go ahead and kick myself. I got a lot of work to do. So
Okay.
you guys have a great night.
All right, have a great one, dude.
Examination.
All right,
Good
thanks for coming up.
night.
Not brother.
You were next in line, Kieran.
Oh, he got on. Holy shit! The
I'm
Aussie.
a bit disappointed. I was here to give Avarice some shit, and he ran away.
Yeah.
Oh,
shit.
Well,
That
I
mean
waited.
you're
Avarice
gonna
the
give
chaos
up your
br-
spot then?
there's been a
'Cause,
whole line of running today.
It's only because you
Your target's not here anymore. You gonna
No.
move on?
No, I'll find a new one. That'll be all right.
Okay.
Oh, that's Tomahawk. I didn't realize that was Tomahawk. Good to see you, man.
bro. Good to see you
Yeah.
too, sir.
Bro.
Teriak, why didn't you explain to Menaro that he's worshiping
Oh, okay, never mind.
a false god?
I told
What you
him.
mean?
Well, he's worshiping a pagan god.
I said
He's not worshiping God. He's worshiping all the pagan deities of Sumer.
He's worshiping Satan.
Yeah, but in terms of the like, what what part of the argument would I have inserted that?
When he kept making claims about anything from his religious perspective, because he's twisting.
and just
he's taking
simply calling simply calling his gods pagan, like that is no difference. But bringing up, for example, Iran, which is like supposedly the stronghold of Islam, and the fact that the actual citizens are burning mosques is a far more
I would question that. Though,
just like one sec, just like when last time I was on panel when he started talking about the Catholic Pope saying all this shit about like being pro-gay, blessing same-sex marriage, all this kind of shit. That's when you throw back the dagger, saying, well, the Iranian government or the religious leader in Iran gave a fatwa, which is a religious edict, stating that trans surgeries was a quote-unquote solution to homosexuality and that we should promote trans. So the same way they point the finger on the Catholic Church being gay, you can point the finger back and say, well, you're pro-trans.
You got to understand, Shia are the minority. The Shia places in the Muslim world, in the Muslim empire, if you want to call it that, because it's not a unified. It's not a unified thing like Menard paints it out to be, which is why I brought that up several times, because it's not a unified thing. The Shia are technically the minority, of which there's Iran, there is Palestine, and then there are the Houthis. Those are like the three major hubs for Shia. Everywhere else is Sunni, and then like the Sufis, there are small enclaves in like Lebanon and Jordan, but the rest are in like India. They're not even in like geographically the Muslim world because they are not accepted. Islam is a totalitizing religion. It is built on an eye for an eye and conquer.
I think you could say that, but
Christianity is a turn the cheek religion that most people voluntarily converted, especially Europe. All they had to do for the Germans is give them a couple of days of the week named after their pagan gods, and they were like, you betcha. Then it should also be no coincidence that these are the cultures that became Protestant, more individualistic. They bent Christianity to serve their individualistic schema.
Well, I think you see that with each next. I think you see that with each next people group that
you're confusing Protestants with your more modern non-denominationals.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's like me confusing Eastern Orthodox and Catholic, mixing you guys together.
I say that the Eastern Orthodox are absolutist based.
Protestants are specifically
schema, and the Protestants are individualist based schema. And what makes Christianity superior as like the whole body, all three denominations, because of turn the cheek, these cultures and denominations were able to synergize off of each other. And if you were going to be honest, they've kind of influenced each other here and there throughout the last 2,000 years. For the better in some cases, sometimes for the worse, but such is the way of life, 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And I would paint this model for just about every aspect of human institution and organization. You look at ancient Judaism, the Essenes are the collectivists, the Pharisees are the individualists, which is why the Pharisees never agreed on jack shit. And then the Sadducees are the absolutists. You get into modern Judaism, the Reformed Jews are the individualists. Don't let word magic fool you. The conservative Jews are collectivists. And the Orthodox Jews are the absolutists. I could do this with Eastern philosophy religions. The Buddhists are collectivists. The Taoists are individualists. And the Confucianists, with all their emperor worship and casting, are the absolutists.
You have to let me know if you want me to do panel after this. You can't escape
this three telos model. Just about every aspect of culture, institution, civilization, etc.
One of the questions I had for Manar, and it was actually in the Q&A, was he was going really, really hard on like specific wordings within the scripture. And I wanted to ask him, it was in the Q&A, but it never got asked. What words was he looking for as a quote unquote proper answer to him? And if those are the words that he was looking for, whatever the words he was thinking of, Were these words? Did these words even exist during a time that the scripture was first written back in the biblical times? Could these words have even been possible for him to be said?
You're thinking about it too hard. He was poisoning the well and obfuscating.
Oh,
there was a correct answer to give.
Maybe. I think partially, I agree with Tomahawk. I think partially he doesn't understand the meanings of the things that he's seeing, and so he's just laying over the top of that what he thinks it means, and then making claims. I don't know.
Right, because I heard him. I heard you. I heard Trench. Trench and many of the other panelists in this debate give scripture, and he rejected all of the scripture, saying, "Oh, sola scriptura," and whatever that shit. But it's like he asked for the scripture, he got scripture, then rejected the scripture. So it's like, okay.
In the last 2 minutes of my debate against him, I gave him the scripture, and I purposely withheld the scripture because I wanted to drag him and milk it for a while.
I understand.
I knew it was in
understand.
Leviticus.
I understand that.
Just like he fucked up Leviticus debating
which
Marte.
goes into a second question I had about the whole about Leviticus. But before that, he wanted scripture, he got scripture, but he rejected scripture and cited sola scriptura and whatnot.
Poisoning the well, which is
I
why
understand.
I didn't engage in ad hoc attacks against his girl face.
If I could, fellas, if I could speak, you said in chat, anyone on panel not talking, feel free to make room for others. Thanks for having me. I'm going to make some room for some others. This is way beyond my wheelhouse.
All right. Thank you for coming up.
No worries,
Why
man.
are you, Karen?
I wanted to ask these questions of Manar, but since he's not here, I might as well just learn from the rest of you. But since he was asking about scripture, got it, and then cited sola scriptura as to why it. Hey, Marte, good to see you, bro.
Yo.
What up, bro?
Of course.
Trench,
right.
you had said I got overwhelmed in my debate. I'm like, when did this happen in my debate?
I don't think that happened.
Not like overwhelmed. Not overwhelmed.
You got overwhelmed.
Who has to go?
Not overwhelmed in the sense of it was too much to handle. It's just that he put down so many fallacies at once. You were fighting off your back foot from the audience perspective.
I don't think I was. And I'll tell you why. He kept trying to obfuscate onto religion when religion wasn't the topic. If you notice, he wanted to attack religion the whole time during the debate, Christianity, when it wasn't even about the prompt. Manar went off the prompt. The same thing that he tried to do with you tonight, he tried to do with me. And if you notice this on his own stream, he's coping about how he destroyed all of you guys, which is ludicrous. And
I'm gonna go over there after this and fucking put it back in him then.
I don't know. Hey, you know what? I just wanted to come on the stream to say congratulations. You whooped his ass. I beat him. So I don't know. I don't know where he gets his complex from.
Thank you.
Abe, good to see you.
Marty, sidebar. Because I was actually spying on him. I've done my homework on this motherfucker. And
Well, I did too.
He was
Not
talking.
much
He
to
was
see,
talking.
though.
He was talking shit earlier about He was telling you, get somebody to team up with you and debate him and some other dude. I got you. Let's do it.
He couldn't even beat us.
Two Arthur bros.
I mean, I don't mind. So let's do it.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's fuck them. Let's fuck both of them up.
Yeah, but this is going to be an overcorrection. You realize that, right? If both of us can beat him by ourselves, both of us are already going to be too much for him.
So
it's just going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Spurg fest. You realize that, right?
Well, then you better be ready to bring the fire, my brother.
Look, Trench, I can
cool.
tie both my hands behind my back and muzzle my mouth, and you'd beat both of them by yourself. I would do that by myself if you did the same thing. So just, I don't know. It's whatever. I'm down to debate. I'm pretty sure Speakeasy, if he accepts this, would do it as well too. So
Well, I definitely tag team with you.
Yeah, for sure.
Manar absolutely just wanted to try to drag Christianity. He wants to try to take the things he found on the internet that shows contradictions or issues in Christianity, and he's going to try to use those to make you look bad so he can clip it up for the Muslim community that follows him. That's exactly what he wanted.
And my second slide on my
Abe,
shitty
that's
little
entirely
fucking
correct, Abe.
Spot
on.
PowerPoint presentation that took me an hour to figure out how to fucking put it on here. I slammed the door instantly. I told you everything that he was going to do, and did he not do those things? I could pull that slide up. It was a prophecy.
Why does it feel like if I let my hair grow out, we're going to be twins?
Yeah,
maybe we're brothers.
There's going to be an uncanny valley.
Spiritual brothers, man.
I'm gonna
You
be
got a
trench in 2
different-
years if I let this go out. This is crazy.
Beard in hair.
I recommend
Do
it.
it.
You'll
right,
you'll blend in way more in most Orthodox churches. Like nobody at the church I go to fucking has a smooth face. It's hilarious.
Chad, that's the live sub counter in the corner there. That's the live sub counter. So if you guys sub up right now, you're gonna see that hit over 9,000. So let's.
If you're not subbed,
We
if
have
you're
to
not
read
subbed,
about 20 minutes. So
We got to get the meme.
before
Come
the
on,
20
guys.
minutes wraps up. Look at that. Two more. Let's fucking go.
I'd love to team up
let's
with
have
you,
Napa
Monte,
in this
and-
bitch, man.
and fucking
if you
kick it.
if you're not subbed,
there's no
what
fuzzy
are you even
lovers here.
doing?
There's no fuzzy lovers here. If you don't sub, you're a fuzzy lover. It's getting ridiculous at this point.
Yeah.
So, speakeasy, real quick. Manar wanted to do the debate. He wanted to do a 2v1, Mr. Work and him versus me on the ice shooting. As a former agent myself, I'd love to debate him. Now, Trench, if you do want to jump in and tag team on this, we already have a prompt set up. If Speakeasy wants to accept this, yeah, good luck to him, though.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
2-on-1.
Yeah, I was going to do a
Why would he do
2v1
that?
versus them, but I mean, it's if Trench, if you want to jump in, so it's more fair.
To be fair, he said, "Find anybody you want. Find anybody you want. I'll debate anybody with you on the team." Yeah, we'll fuck
That
him
guy's
up.
crazy.
Marte, Marte, this debate is with whom?
You know what he's hoping for, though.
Manar and a guy named Mr. Work. I was going to take on both of them. It would have been an easy destruction.
I can tell you.
And the prompt is the ice shooting
was justified.
Yeah.
I can tell you what he was hoping. I can tell you what he was hoping. He was hoping
That's gonna
that
be
you were
fun for
gonna.
you.
He was hoping that
It'll
you were
be
gonna
fun.
ask Andrew
honestly-
to be in the 2v2.
9,000. 9,000.
It's over 9,000.
Easy, it's time. It's time, easy.
That was
Get that
9,000.
goal in there.
900,003.
That last one's for the Trinity.
Over 9,000.
Easy. Have you done the world record goal yet? Let's get the world record goal.
Let's fucking go. Oh, we're not gonna get that right now. Not that.
Based.
Not after the week I've had. No way. My lungs.
Oh
are
shit.
Well, I hope you start feeling better, dude.
Oh, I have definitely started feeling better. Yeah, that's for sure. But,
Well, fuck yeah.
Marte.
But I do want to say, shout out to all the fucking legends, all 9,000 of you. Let's fucking go. All right,
9,000.
let's fucking go. It's over 90,000.
Legendary.
Well done. Well done.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a good. That's not a small army. That's a big army.
Oh yeah, definitely.
A big one.
Give them all swords.
That's what's up.
All right, and send them to Canada.
I like it.
I wanted to.
Damn,
I wanted
it feels
to see
good.
if I could. I wanted to
Come
see if I
Mexico or whatever you want. I'm in.
jump
All
on
right,
with that.
guys, I'm out of here. But I just wanted to suss that out. Speakeasy, I'll message you about the future debate. And,
Yes, sir.
Later.
God bless.
All right,
Hit me up
Abe,
in
Terry,
Marte.
That's a good one, Marte.
Hit me up in
Peace
Discord.
out, Marte.
I wanted to see if I could get on with that debate as well about the ice shooting justification and whatnot. That sounds like a pretty interesting conversation to try and practice on.
Yeah, they can. I can articulate justification as a former officer and agent. So I mean, they're gonna have their work cut out for
Fuck
good
yeah.
luck to them.
Yeah.
Rev,
Yeah, use of force. We had
Continue
we had
to
to deal with the ROE.
God bless,
in
Marte. Have
Iraq
a good one.
That's similar, where it was basically a law enforcement model.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm
use
just.
of force continuation. That's what we're following as far as this, and it's like they'll get drugged through the glass in this. Anyways, Christ is God. I'll talk to you guys later.
God bless.
Hello to the misses out there too. Speak easy. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care,
Later.
man.
God bless.
Thanks for
Later,
coming
dude.
up.
I'll see you on the next one.
Let's fucking go. We're over
Legend.
9,000.
I know. Legendary.
That's what's up. Legends in the chat. Then Jared said, "Now we need an obscene membership drive." True.
Let's go.
Yep.
That sounds like a pretty good thing.
Need a membership drive.
True.
Everybody needs
There
one.
goes one. There's one.
Oh shit! Here we go. There's one. Who else is gonna join?
Oh no.
Who's joining in with Jared?
Cool beans. Keep
That's
it going,
crazy, though.
ladies and gentlemen.
9,000. 9,000. Damn.
Shit, I need to pay
The
next
fact
month.
that you surpassed fucking you're getting close to decent fucking that's crazy, bro.
Getting up
Yeah,
there.
I'm gonna give out some memberships too. How about it?
Getting up there.
Hey.
For he's a jolly good fellow.
You're about to fucking blast off past Sarah, the tomato.
Oh yeah, she didn't even get to celebrate 20,000. Remember?
I know that's what I've just been thinking. It's like, holy fuck, man! Like that's getting let's fucking go.
That's a good example of losing grace.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a fall.
Let's fucking go. They're coming in. Welcome all the new members. Get to see a lot of new green names in there.
Nice.
Green is the best. Blue's too much. It's too much responsibility. Green is where it's at.
Green is where it's at. Now you guys get to all enjoy the awesome emojis, and actually we'll probably get to put some new ones in.
Sweet.
Oh yeah.
There's another pack of cigarettes around here somewhere. I'll be.
Hey, listen, hey, Turtle, I already passed tomfoolery once. Okay, it'll happen again. Don't worry. All right.
It'll happen again.
Gosh.
It has happened.
That brings
I'm
back
just
memories.
not willing to put myself on certain levels that I'm gonna pay for fucking promotion on my videos to get subs. Okay, that's not what I'm doing.
That brings
Alright.
back some crazy memories. Come and speak.
Another fucking gifted membership. Let's go.
Legend.
That used to be a back and forth quite often.
Come on, man. Turtles are cute. I like turtles.
Turtles are cute. Yeah.
I like turtles.
I like the turtle
like turtles.
chocolate too. You guys know the turtles chocolate?
That's
so good.
Yeah.
Some nutty fucking caramel. Fuck yeah.
Hey.
When
Turtles, though, if you have them
When,
as a pet, they live too fucking long. You want to keep them not as a pet.
when my youngest was little, we were at the zoo once, and it goes, "Turtles, I love turtles." And it's been a thing ever since.
Turtle Watch, I'm talking about the game.
Just funny.
I used to call the grocery store Apple. That's it.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Turtle coming on.
Turtle power. Turtles in a half shell.
TMNT.
Hey, I appreciate it big time, Jared.
I began
Big
singing
time
the
appreciation.
2003.
Thank you.
I believe it was 2003 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme song. That was the good one. One of the good ones. 2012 was good too.
Ninja Turtles.
How long was you remember Reboot?
Reboot.
That show was. I hated it. I
You didn't like it? I was always like, what the hell's going on too?
Weird.
Come on, when I'd see the intro to the show, I'd get so mad because I know there's nothing to watch.
Why?
But I liked Beast Wars. Beast Wars was awesome.
Oh fuck! Like Transformers?
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking right. Yeah,
Fucking
that was awesome. Do you
Gorilla
remember,
Optimus.
Yeah, Optimus Primal.
Yeah.
I like Dexter's Laboratory.
That was a good one. And Invader
Love
Zim.
Dexter's. Most of those old Cartoon Network shows were the best. Those are the shows that I continue to quote even to this day.
Of course.
And grew up with religiously.
Of course, they influenced you.
Of course they.
They influenced your ability to insult, to...
I agree.
all kinds of things, man.
Although they ruined Animaniacs by making it all woke.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're like gender balanced, pronoun neutral.
We saw
that's in the Yeah.
We saw the start of
awful.
all the movements that are happening now when we were all growing up. They were just very hinty. They were hinted at so that like the feminine persuasion and the feminine men would bite on it when it came to fruition in the future. That's what it was. Literally, it was the preemptive programming so that when they implemented all this shit, the ones that were already accepting of it would fully buy in.
Yep.
And those of us who were raised against it or saw what it was for what it was have stood against it. So
I watched this. I saw this pop up in my feed the other day, and I was like, "Damn, bro, that's like
I mean,
heartbreaking."
Not wrong.
Bro.
Not wrong.
This shit's like heartbreaking. I was like, "Damn, bro, this
Not
is
wrong, dude." Oh, that's the old. Wait, is this a? Oh, this is a.
Looks like a game.
It does
damn.
look like a
Nice.
game. It reminds me of Resident Evil. This is what this reminds
It's
me
like
of.
you know how
Just-
all the Cartoon Network
Yeah.
shit is being forgotten about.
Yeah.
You know, left in the attic.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, I see it. So far, it's only Scooby Doo.
That's
though.
Scooby Snack Syndrome.
Right
That's
now,
Scooby
it's
Snack Syndrome.
It goes into other shows too, but yeah.
This is just
Come on,
Scooby-Doo
Scooby
right
Doo is
now.
the best one, man.
I had
I grew up on Tom
in the
and
day of
Jerry.
VHS. I
grew
would
up on Tom
every
and Jerry,
Scooby Doo,
bro.
like the old school. I fucking recorded all the
let's
Scooby
go.
Doo.
Hey, there's Dexter.
Nice.
Dee Dee?
If it wasn't for your pet, for
Oh,
you
there's
pesky
Edie.
kids.
So I'm saying this shit's like, damn, bro, we don't have this.
Nice.
Does anybody remember Fusion Fall?
Like, what the hell?
Damn.
Which?
Does anybody remember Fusion Fall? That one like MMO,
Mom.
that one like World of Warcraft
Yeah,
Cartoon
yeah.
Network game?
No.
Crazy.
That's creepy.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Johnny
Yeah,
Bravo.
Johnny Bravo. Yeah.
It's so funny. Has anybody seen that one Johnny Bravo clip going around of him asking the women, like him asking a
Pretty
very
sure
basic
Ed
question?
and Eddie are in this video. Or if it's not this
man.
one, it's a different one.
They definitely should. They're part of that. They're
So
part of the
crazy.
legendary Cartoon
There is
Network culture.
other ones
Yeah.
in this video,
Damn.
but
So bizarre, dude.
You got Recess.
Cat Dog.
I think Recess is Disney.
Cat Dog, yeah,
Well,
Cat Dog is good.
That's
Dog.
Nickelodeon, but yeah,
Yeah, it's still good.
it is still good.
It's still from the same era.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I don't blame you for saying that. It's just not Cartoon Network.
Some of
That's
them,
all.
Yeah, I know. I like Samurai Jack a lot.
I think some of them I'm on the precipice for, but you know,
You're a little older, Abe.
just a little.
I like the
Nothing wrong with that. More
Like,
wisdom.
Life. Did you guys you guys watch the real life when they go to
Oh yeah, that,
Spooky Island?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I actually really like that. First off, the guy they got playing Fred couldn't have been more perfect. That dude's just perfect for Fred. Or not Fred, sorry,
Shaggy.
Shaggy, yeah.
Shaggy,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Freddie Prinze Jr. They got good too, and that chick fucking Michelle.
Yeah, she was
Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Holy
Yeah,
fuck, she was
good
fine
for that.
back then.
She was a perfect character for Daphne, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And same
I
with
would
the
agree.
Jinkies girl. What's her name again? I always forget.
Velma.
Velma.
For Velma, yeah.
Yeah.
Velma.
The actress for Velma was great.
Yeah, she
Well,
like
Great.
the fact
She's
that they
fine,
all
too. Fuck,
sounded
she's-
like the cartoon is what made it great. Yeah.
That remake sucked though with the Indian bride.
You mean Velma?
Velma, yeah.
Velma?
Oh,
We
she
don't
was
talk
always
about
a
Velma.
person of color. She was a person of color.
Of course.
We don't talk
Yeah,
about Velma.
Indians,
That show
no.
doesn't exist.
It's so goofy.
Although the one thing I will grant that show, Scrappy Doo killed her. Scrappy was the major savior.
All right.
Scrappy Doo was the major savior of us all for that show.
She got taken out by a little tiny dog. Okay.
Pretty
cool.
much, yeah, actually.
I mean, he was a
I
bruiser.
can
Makes
say
sense.
this because I can assure
Tracks.
you, no one on this show, no one on this channel will ever go and watch Velma willingly.
Nope.
No.
So I can say that I can feel safe in saying that as a spoiler, quote
Yep.
unquote.
Nope. Not ever.
You know, in the OG Scooby Doo cartoon, they did Scrappy dirty. Like, he was so fucking annoying. I never liked Scrappy. Like, what was the fucking point of his existence in those OG cartoons? I never liked it.
He was
never meant to be liked.
He was a little bruiser. He was a little chaos machine. That's why.
Yeah.
That was the whole point. Was
Like
just
Everest-
to add some spice.
To be fair,
an already great show, and it's
isn't-
like you didn't need to do that.
Isn't that what puppies are, though? Like
Pretty much.
little chaos
That's why
machines.
I-
Ruin
that-
everything you love every time.
Yeah.
That's why.
Chew your couches up.
Yep.
Pee in
I
your
put my dog in a
carpets.
cage. I
To
put my
me,
dog
I
in a
actually-
crate just so. Hold on. I put my dog in a crate just so it would learn to be in a crate. It fucking got out of the crate, so I put the crate towards the wall, like the opening, and it chewed through the wall.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah, I watched
When you ask what was the point of Scrappy Doo, that's actually funny. So Scrappy Doo was only introduced into the show when the show started losing numbers.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the show was going down a little bit, and they decided to add Scrappy Doo as like
What a terrible
new,
idea.
dynamic
Well,
character.
cute little puppy. They figured it would get a bunch of people hooked.
You know,
Yeah.
like it was like
I just read a
Great
comment.
Dane, the puppy version. You know,
Without
Exactly.
lies, Islam dies at 12:53 a.m. Said basically everybody holds the moral high ground compared to Muslims. They literally follow a pedophile. Dude, in the Quran, it talks
even
about
if-
deflowering a 9-year-old from the last and final prophet.
If I was an
Muhammad.
atheist,
Good
I'd hold
God.
better fucking high ground on the morals. Like,
Yeah.
Like-
at least
That's
for a
an
little bit,
example
at
right
least for
there
some
of
time.
Opening yourself up.
So, hey, Trudge, what do you think is better for society? Atheism / agnosticism or Islam?
Who are you asking?
Trench.
I'm thinking.
Sorry, I was
No.
just asking.
Man, this is a trolley car fucking question for the ages right there. Islam or atheism?
Yeah.
or agnosticism.
Yes, kill all of Western society or turn the other cheek.
I would say neither. They're the same thing.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that or is Islam.
I'd have to research a little bit more. I'd probably lean towards more Islam because of Turkey than atheism. It's just that pure atheism, you bring on nihilism. There's got to be something to check large scale nihilism in your culture.
What about agnosticism, though? That is included
The
within.
last time I checked,
leads.
the Muslims didn't exterminate 200 million people in the 20th century like the commies did.
Yep. And that's the other thing. Agnosticism is going to inevitably lead to something like atheism, regardless of whether or not it wants to. The lack of knowledge and the not seeking of God will cause them to step into atheistic territory, which is nihilism once again. Even just the not knowing and saying, well, I'm not willing to believe anything that isn't physical, that I can't see and touch and understand, is going to lead to nihilism.
Yeah, but these
So-
motherfuckers
Yeah,
will be like,
Elderline
also
touched that
there's
on.
aliens.
I don't
and
think
a
they
man
know
can
what
be a
they
woman.
understand, dude. I don't think they know what they believe in.
They're not free of magical thinking like religious and mythological people. And I say magical thinking is like in a clinical psychology sense. They believe in aliens.
Everybody
right?
believes in magic.
They believe in
Everybody.
aliens. And they believe that a man's soul is somehow trapped in a female's body and vice versa, with no logical or scientific rationalist explanation for it other than lived experience. Vibe.
I feel like Islam is just too demonic.
Well, here's the issue.
What
This
about
is what I-
They
this-
have no
wait.
lived experiences.
So this is what I would say about my take on Islam. My belief
I prefer people be a Scientologist over an atheist.
is that Islam is just a man who came along, caught up with some of the Israelites of the time or the Jews of the time. He took their holy book and he twisted and perverted it. He said, okay, we're from the same area, so we're from the same line, which most likely they are. They're from like the line of Ishmael probably. And so then you go, okay, so then you just see him twist and pervert all of these things to what he wants them to be. Then he gets a following over time, and that following grows, and it just takes on all these little bits and pieces of Christianity, but twists them to Islam and it came around 700 years after. So like it's all this time where Christianity's spreading. He had his time to research and to learn about the culture, and then he just takes it and twists it, and he goes, well, if I can get people to believe that a different angel or an angel that's already in the book came and talked to me after he talked to them and changed all these things, I can get them to follow me. Look at the following that these guys have. They got it so easy, and then boom, you have Islam, and it's just grown ever since. It's just a perversion of the original.
Look at the following. Sorry.
What you're basically suggesting is Muhammad was the original grifter.
Yeah. Well, one of them. There's tons of grifters before.
Hold on.
But he
I just want to say,
he was one of the best grifters of human history.
I just want to let me get in the middle zone. So basically, to me, anything other than Orthodox Christian is a grifter, because each one of them was just like, I'm going to take a little bit and change it. That way, you guys all believe what I'm saying.
Well, there's a difference. There's a difference, right? I
don't think too many inventions were made for the other denominations as much as subtracting.
I think it's a lot of it was an overall loss, a loss of tradition, a walking away from tradition. It wasn't a complete twisting of the fact that like Christ is God, that your salvation is only through Christ. Like all of these things.
We're talking about a lot of these places just have God as Christ as a mascot. Christ means nothing to them.
I don't think a lot. I think some, but I don't think most of Christianity believes that. I think sure you're going to find
precedents.
You're going to find small groups that believe.
All right, sorry, I'm talking about the majority of liberal Christians.
No, well, I would say the majority of even Protestants still believe Jesus Christ is the way. Now they have some twisted version of their head of what that means.
Well, all Protestant denominations that came out of Reformation, just to clarify, all of them were Trinitarian. Every single one.
Yeah, Unitarians are crazy.
Yeah, and a bunch of them did all the Catholic stuff, the Eucharist.
Yes, but it wasn't until later that you had dudes that come out with like Mormonism. Joseph Smith.
That's what I was just going to say.
You have LDS, E.G. White.
So
these aren't Protestants. They didn't come out as a Reformation.
Speakeasy. Have you heard of the United Church?
No, they're the Protestants of the Protestants.
Well, yeah, I have heard of that, but I was gonna just say, because what you guys are saying isn't necessarily correct. Because so my grandmother, she was like raised going to like Catholic church, Catholic school, and now like after that, her whole life she's just went to she went to one church for a while, and then now she's at a different church. I forget the name of it, but it's like basically it's not like any sect of Christianity. It's just
non-denominational.
Yeah, it's not denominational, but
there's baptism.
There's a name. But the thing is, I've had this conversation with her many times, and her understanding
agnostic? No, fuck.
No. Her understanding is that Jesus is the Son of God. And I said, so you said like that, you mean, so you think Jesus is separate? And then like she said, yes, that God gave us his son. Like that's how she sees it, right? So like I've tried to explain
like Mormonism.
And like try to get her to see the difference. But like I don't think she totally gets it, and it's not like I don't think it's anything that's a negative on her in the fact that
it's not a deal breaker.
Something. I don't think she's not denying something. She just doesn't understand it when I explain it to her, I think.
So,
which is why the Orthodox Church doesn't give prescriptions for salvation. God knows what's in people's hearts.
Exactly, right. And I actually just explained that to people
but
today.
It is harder.
Well, I know if my grandma's not going to heaven, there's no hope for any of us. Okay, so
I believe that for sure.
Same.
She is literally an angel on this planet.
That was what Abe was going for.
So let me go.
What Abe was going for when explaining that Christians, the different denominations of Christians, it's not so much that they changed or perverted the fact that God is the one true. It's they all still believe in it. It's just agnostics don't. I forgot the exact context behind why we were making that distinction, but all of the denominations of Christianity believe that there is a one true God. There's no perversion about it. But Muhammad and
you know what's something really good I've heard, Tomahawk? This is what you should, and everyone on here should always use this argument. This is something one time I heard someone else say it, and I realized how great of a argument it is. You can go to all these different sects of Christianity, all the even different versions of the Bible, and you could point out all these little things that seem like differences and whatnot. But the thing you can't change, the thing that remains the same within every sect of Christianity, is that Jesus came to save us from our sins and give us a chance at heaven. It's the same across it all. Jesus comes, he dies for us and rises again, and for us to get a chance at salvation. It's the same across all sects of Christianity. So that core message never changes. And this is something that, like, with the Quran, they have a challenge, right? Because there's shit in the Quran that has actually different meanings, completely different
I was just
stories.
gonna say, make no bones about it. My original claim was basically that Islam is the original Mormonism. They took Christianity, they twisted it up, and then they said this new guy is the prophet, and he talked to an angel, and he wrote these new manuscripts that are the correction to the Bible. It's exactly Joseph Smith's story, but way back then. Just saying.
There's a handful of things going on with that. Does anybody know
that's
what
why
Manichaeanism is?
Say it again.
Manichaeanism.
That's why I joked.
We talked about this not long ago. Remember? Wasn't it you on panel, Trench, when we were talking about it?
So Manichaeanism is it was one of the early Gnostic heresies, because like Gnostic is like a big word. There was
Gnostic.
off the top of my head, maybe 30 different Gnostic schools and sects.
To know.
30 to 60, really. The most popular being like the Valentinians, the Sethians, etc. But the Manichaeists, they were mixing Buddhism, some Vedic stuff, Christianity, Roman and Greek paganism, and then like Eastern paganism.
Right.
And that was the same thing. It's one of these chimera religions.
Yeah.
That's why it's
Fits its
derivative.
need.
So
it's derivative in every aspect, because it's like Frankensteining
I have
several different conflicting religions together.
Right.
It's part
Well, that's like
Zoroastrian,
That's like the United Church in Canada.
I have
it's
a
Zoroastrian,
belief on
it's
that.
part Jewish. It's Christian in the sense of it takes all of the Byzantine code law stuff and rolls it up into itself, and then kind of venerates Mary.
So,
but outside of that, there's very little.
Takes all the good and then denies the bad.
If you don't have a Trinity, you're not a Christian, which is why in my opening, the wall of the tabernacle and the temple is the Third Ecumenical Council.
I don't think I've ever said this like on a stream, but I have this internal, like, I call it headcanon, that there's a certain level of spiritual bleed through where things seem to pop up and keep popping up over and over and over again, even if it's not taught. Like, you'll see the movements of the Gnostics and it may have completely died off, but then you see a welling up of it again in the future from people that have nothing to do with the original movement. They don't even know about the original movement, but for some reason, those exact same ideas and beliefs come into the being again. And I think it's like, I've always felt like it's demonic. Like, there's something inspiring and prompting these people to do the same thing that has already been done, because they know it works to twist people away from Christ.
I think it's even older than Christianity, and
it's from the garden, man.
A part of like human organization systems.
Well, what's the driving force? It's the same three lies in the garden, right?
Personality.
It's just
preference.
Right, but the pride of life,
emotion,
the promise that you'll be as gods, it's self-worship.
Well, like let's go to the ancient Jews. Like, we can look at three major denominations of that, or authorities. You have the the Essenes. It's getting late. You have the Essenes, who basically start these collectivist hippie communes.
Right.
And they're super egalitarian.
Yep.
Also super duper fucking strict. Then you have the Sadducees.
The cults.
You have the Sadducees, but if it wasn't for the Essenes the Zealots and the half of the Pharisees, we wouldn't have Christianity quite how we have it. I would imagine
it's actually
because
hilarious.
These were the people in rebellion against Rome. The Sadducees said, "Don't fight against Rome."
Right.
There's not going to be a Messiah that comes. You'll get killed by Romans, and moreover, there's no afterlife. So why are you going to fight anyway? And then the Pharisees were radically individualistic. They were circuit judges in a lot of the times, and they didn't agree even amongst themselves. Sort of like the Protestant world doesn't agree amongst themselves. Half of them believed in an afterlife. Half of them believed X, Y, and Z made you unclean, which was in contradiction to the other half of the Pharisees. And then, like I said, the Essenes, they were collectivists, meaning they were more in line with each other ideologically. The farther left you go, the more in line ideologically you are. The farther right you go, the more disagreement there is. This is why, like in America, the Republican Party has consistently had more in-party disagreement and dissatisfaction with the party.
You know why that
there's
is?
effectively two different right wings. There's an absolutist right wing and an individualist right wing.
You know why that is, French?
Because of the political, because of the three telos model.
Because
individualism, absolutism, and collectivism.
The further left you get, the further into human nature you get.
You further into your feelings and emotions.
Yeah, it's unbound human nature. It's like, I am the most important thing. I will do what I want. I will follow me. It's everything that is.
No, that's the individualist. It's collective.
No,
collective.
Right,
so
but that's
look at the Buddhists.
So how is it both? How is it both? How can you have both or all of the same in your trilogy of fucking?
I think you have to say both. I think you have to subjugate
collectivism and individualism. You just said that.
I said collectivism and individualism are two different things.
You have to subjugate your own nature at times, right? You can't just go out and sleep with every woman. You can't do all the things that are in your nature to do. And I think that when you look at the left, you see an unbound nature. Like I can just live in all the sin. I can do whatever I want. There is no God. All those things.
It's collectivism through separate through individualism. I don't understand why this is even an argument.
Radical collectivism. Whatever the collective wants is what the collective.
It's collectivism through individualism, bro.
That's an oxymoron.
No, because there's self-worship in every single individual, but they want all of them to group together and be a one thing, even though.
Yes,
they all want to be both the one and the same while being individuals.
I think that would be a great debate.
Anybody on that, but the
it's the same idea that's built around. One second. It's to address that. It's the same idea built around the Avengers. Individually, they're superheroes, but then collectively, they have to come together because there's a great tyrant that rises up and must be stricken down. Correct?
Yeah.
And
who is that to them?
Majority.
Hold on.
And who is that to them?
This is.
It depends on what's going on. In
you're saying the individuals who think they're better than everybody.
Hold on.
Hold on. No. I get to it. I get to it. I should at least be able to address Teriak's assertion here.
Yeah. Teriak's half right because he's heard me rant about this 1,000 times.
So the Marvel thing is the Teriak, you're agreeing with the Trench here, right?
I'm saying there needs to be both, yeah.
Yes. Individually, they're strong, but together they are also strong, basically.
Well, there has to be a level.
Well, let's have them both sides.
What I'm saying is the reason why the individuals need to collectivize, why you need to have both perspectives, is because how do you prevent the tyranny of the majority? Mob rule. How would you prevent that?
The oligarchs and the absolute, the power of the one and the power of the few. So this all goes back to
you're bringing up the future one. I needed to get there.
And this image, like, seriously burns through all of history. And the civilizations and cultures that synergize all three and that balance it out typically are the global hegemonic power of their time for a while, or just do really, really well while there's a run on that civilization. Civilizations are born, they live, they die, they have baby civilizations in the form of enclaves, conquest.
How does each civilization succeed? Through what do they succeed?
Well, they typically use 1 to 2 of the telos models, But the best civilizations figure out how to do all three. And like I was hinting at in the debate against Menard, like
They're
that's
going
the
to breed, and they're
superpower
going
of
to
Christian-
have. They're going to have fucking offensiveness. They're going to have an offense better than anybody else. So,
what I'm saying is that Christianity was so successful due to the nature of high trust, right? So we're not worried in an absolutist country. Like nobody is above suspicion. Like everybody's monitored, and it's because collectivism and absolutism are totalitarian forces, right? We got to make the triangle here. The absolute and the individualist are Darwinistic forces.
you're using such abstract things to fucking
Really
bring these
not.
things together.
Do you know what social Darwinism is?
I mean, sure, but what does that have to do with what you're saying?
So do you think like again in Menard's culture, it's survival of the fittest.
Yeah, but I'll tell
In
you,
a capitalist culture, it's survival of the fittest through the markets.
the
through
survival.
desires.
But the success of the civilization is going to depend on what it's centered around.
So again, Christianity figured out somehow by divine providence is my guess, because how old was civilization up into the year zero? Stupid old. Older than what, 4,000 years? For sure.
I think it has to do with the teachings. The laws and the teachings guided what would become the civilizations we currently have. And without them, I don't know that we would have become it.
The problem is all it needed to take was one person to say, "Hey, I'm going to write this down," and that's what changed fucking civilization as we know it.
Rome collapses, right? And let's look at Rome just in a short.
Yes, an
catalyst
individual
on its own. It is founded by radical, like an individualist invasion force. Individualism is also known with conquest, just like the absolute. They just have two slightly different models of it. Once these Etruscan Latins, who are descendants of Troy, Anatolia, Middle Eastern people, because like the whole Mediterranean is interrelated. It becomes a absolutist empire. The first 7 kings were known as tyrants in Roman lore.
Great, they called Donald Trump a tyrant.
And then this power, because it was too tyrannical, the individualists and the collective toppled that power,
revolted,
and established a republic. Right. So the republic chugs on. It does really well, but over time, like all republics, it becomes decadent because the power of the mob, the middle class, the bourgeoisie become a problem. The oligarchs become a problem. Technocrats, basically. Pompey was a fucking technocrat.
What's the problem in your view right now?
I'm trying to explain it. This is that you cannot make an appeal to simplicity.
Well, for fuck's sakes.
Oh my God.
So
are you gonna filibuster the whole time? What are you actually trying to say here?
Never mind. Don't worry about 3 telos model.
What? No. Don't like. Actually, what are you actually trying to say? Like you've been filibustering for the whole time.
The problem is
you're like
Trench,
a Delta Airlines pilot. You can't land the plane.
The problem, Trench, is that they don't have any deep level of philosophical training. They don't understand where you're going or what the things you're saying mean. You're not linking it for them in a way that they can understand.
I'm literally telling you.
I know that Teriak does, and I know that I do, but I don't think that they are getting where you're going. That there's
basically what a 3 telos model says is actually all civilizations and cultures have absolutists, collectivists, and individualists. Like half of your institutions. Your institutions are like organs, right? Look at your civilization. Shut up. Look at your civilization as an organism, and each of the individualist institutions, absolutist and collective, are different organs of this one being, right?
Yes.
So look at Nazi Germany. Hitler was the absolutist. Goebbels was the collectivist, and what's his name? Goring was the individualist. He was the venture capitalist. Hitler was the absolutist. Excuse me. Fuck that up. So This looks like police. The police in the military are an absolute.
Wait, no. What are you talking about? How are you connecting it to police now? You didn't even explain anything. You just said that these are the 3 fucking stages, and this is how it relates to Nazi Germany, and then you just skipped over it.
Okay, I was gonna hold on, Trench. Hold on, Trench. I'm gonna try to link your 3 telos model. So think of it like, would it be right to basically link this 3 telos model to how the U.S. is built with the 3 branches of government? You have the executive, you have the judiciary, and you have the legislative.
Absolutely.
In the case
they
of
relate directly to persona and like desire and so the
if I were to
with pathos, the baby is hungry now.
Okay, but if I were to go off,
explain it to you.
I understand, and to try and understand what you're explaining, the quote unquote absolutist would in this case be like the executive branch.
Ethic. It's why like the Nazis looked sharp in Hugo Boss.
Okay, but you say there's you have your collectivist. We can go into that, but your collectivist, your absolutist, and your individualist. So if I were to use the Constitution in the United States government as the model, if I understand correctly, the executive position, the president, would be the absolutist.
Yep.
The legislature would be the collective. No, would be the
You're cooking.
Would be. I think the legislature.
The judicial would be the
judicial would be the
individualist.
Okay.
Because of remuneration, making deals, and remember the Pharisees were judges. And they're the radical.
Just because you can relate it to everything doesn't mean it can be single.
Because you can relate it to workable models doesn't mean it's a workable model.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like just to see what you're saying about that. Like going to the 3 branches of government, the absolute is the executive. The collectivist would be the legislative, and the individualist would be the judges, because each judge individually.
Big thank you to the Cash App donation.
Each judge
That's amazing.
individually
Thank you
will
so
make
much.
a determination of what the law, of how to interpret the law and stuff like that.
Because the absolute, the sovereign, right, doesn't directly rule over the people. There's too much going on. So in a traditional like feudal
I think most of us eat
monarchy,
bread. That's the bread doctrine now. All right.
Big 20. Thank you.
And they are actual administrators.
I mean, that's
amazingly helpful.
We all breathe air. That's the air doctrine. Just saying.
The air doctrine.
So I gotta step in here. There's been an egregious misrepresentation here. When you said when you're trying to, the president of the United States is not an absolutist. I don't know. I don't understand where you're getting that from.
That's not somewhat that I mean by the
power and function.
The executive is at the top. It's the decision making.
It's the fact that the president is the quote unquote sole enforcer of the country, of the nation.
Of the president.
Because he's the commander and chief, the top of the enforcement arm.
Okay, we gotta pause for 1 second. Let's check out Aristotle. Do you know the three forms of power to Aristotle?
Oh, we're talking about the ancient Greeks?
Yes.
Terry acts like,
Let's
what?
Go.
Absolutely. Nothing new
That was so good. Ding.
This model still like Aristotle's fucking correct.
Yeah, but Teriak knows these people.
But here's the thing, Trench. Is Aristotle Christian?
No.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Doesn't know what you're saying.
I don't actually know what you're saying.
You do realize how much philosophy.
All right, boys, listen up. There's no good time to wrap this up, but
I gotta go to bed, bro.
I gotta wrap it up.
Gotta get early and learn. Can I finish? Aristotle, take 2 seconds. Easy.
Yeah. If you got something to finish up for the chat, go ahead.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, so Aristotle, shut up, Junior.
Later,
Thanks. Pretty sure Speakeasy said who's gonna go.
Bye.
He should
Pretty sure Speakeasy said who was gonna go. Like I don't know what's so hard about this.
So Aristotle says there's 3 forms of power. They have a virtuous form, and then they have a degenerated form. So 6 all in total. The collective is basically represented by the mob, the power of the many then there's the power of the few, then there's the power of the one. So the power of the many in its virtuous form, you have a polity, a polis. It's where we get the terms like metropolis, metropolitan, police, etc., politic, so on. Then there is the degenerated form of that, a democracy. It actually means like decimation and shit.
Yeah, breakdown.
Then there is the power of the few. When it's in a virtuous form, you have an aristocracy. When it's degenerated, you have an oligarchy. And then the power of the one. When it's virtuous, you have a monarch, and when it's degenerated, you have a tyrant, a tyranny.
And what do you have when it's indifferent?
And this is Aristotle's 3 virtues of power, right?
3 forms of power.
Okay.
That was his closing argument and leaving argument, I'm pretty sure, but
all right, guys. Yeah, if you got something, Trench, tell everyone where they can find you too before you go too as well.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, thanks, Easy. You'll find me here hanging out with Easy. Sometimes I'm on Terriac's channel. I need to check out and visit Abe and Russ.
Heck yeah.
And I'm also on JS's channel. And I'm getting ready to start a whole bunch of videos on military history, art history, philosophy, and then firearm reviews.
Badass.
Nice. That's what's up. So everyone go sub up so you can be looking forward to that.
Be a warrior in the garden.
That's what's
Yes.
up.
Yes.
Feel it.
Well, has anyone else got something for the chat before they go?
if you're gonna make it a monolith, yeah. You'll never find
Yeah,
me.
just real
All
quick.
bye. No, I'm just kidding.
Easy. Do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
I don't actually.
Peace.
Oh, that must be what it is.
It's slipping out the back
Obviously,
before
I know
anybody
that
notices.
But yeah, does anyone else got something?
I guess I'm Irish.
I think most of the chat knows me. Come check out Abe Dinkus.
No,
Abe, you're
not
muted.
really.
You look like you're talking, but you're muted.
Ross, you did a great job smashing Minar, and I'm very happy about that, dude. Good job tonight.
Thank you.
You fucking killed it.
I tried to put on a show.
I like that macho man. I caught on immediately what you were doing, dude. Fucking slick ass.
The cream of the crop. Oh, sorry.
Cream of the crop.
I think most of the chat
Alright, I'll
knows
stop.
where to find me. Just Abe Dinkus channel. You're always welcome, Trench. Come on over. Same with you, Rev. You guys know. I'm always open.
Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Yeah, do you guys want some scripture?
Yeah, give it to us, Rev.
Hit us.
All right, I got a good one for us. Men and brethren, you know that a good while ago God made choice among us that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the words of the gospel and believe. And God, which knoweth the hearts, bear them witness, giving them the Holy Ghost, even as he did unto us, and put no difference between us and them, purifying their hearts by faith. Now therefore, why tempt ye God to put a yoke upon the neck of the disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? But we believe that through the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, we shall be saved, even as they. St. Peter, Acts 15, 7-11. God bless everybody.
Amen.
Amen. God bless, and thank you for coming up. And if that's it, that means I'm going to kick you all off my lawn and chat. First off, I want to say thank you all for coming in tonight, all right? We didn't hit the dono, but it's all right, You still got over half, so you can still put some W's and crowns in the chat for Chad, right?
Good stuff.
Thank you for coming and supporting me every night. And we got over 9,000 tonight, all right? Big
right.
fucking.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's crazy. Easy broke 9,000. Very good. That's crazy. I remember when Easy was at like 10. Pretty fantastic to see that growth. All right, so I don't know what else I have planned for right now. Kind of depends on what's going on. I think I should look real quick and see. Let's check this out real quick here. Let's see. We got Karen is on reviewing his debate with Mo. We have looks like Teriak is on right now playing WoW. Probably gonna have people talking while he plays. See what he's saying. I think that's what he did the other night. He played some video games and had people pop in and chat. Where did it even go? Was there? Now it's not there. How do you guys think that went? What did you think of Trench's argument and Minar's spurg assault of insults? I don't know where the heck Teriak went. He was on the live list, and now he's not on the live list. I don't even know how that happened. Go refresh. There he is. It's so weird when it does that. Like, all of a sudden it just doesn't show. Doesn't even say why, but it doesn't show. Makes it hard to check news. What news should I check? There's a lot going on. I'm sure we're all aware that there's like riots everywhere. Of course, the ICE shooting has prompted all of the leftists to come out, take to the streets over a shooting they know nothing about, and events they know nothing about, and claims that they've been told by their media, and they still don't actually know the truth. So that's what we're looking at for most of it. So yeah, most of the news is that, them doing that. So, at Davos, I did kind of cover freaking the PM of Canada selling out to the New World Order with China at its head, which is wild to me. I think at that point, if the premier, the leader of Canada, has sworn allegiance to China, which we have basically flat out said is our economic enemy at the very least. If we wanted to go further, we could say just flat out they're trying to destroy our economy from within and take first place as the New World Order's lead hegemon, right? Then what we would find at that point is, in my opinion, and I'm not saying this to get anyone's hairs up or cause a problem, but if he has sworn allegiance to China, that would indicate to me that the Canadian government has become at the very least, again, economic enemy of the United States, and at that point should be cut off. Like, we will have nothing to do with you until you fix it. We will set all our terms out on the table, kind of like Crowder did. Like, just set your limits and say, this is how it is. You're going to do it, or you're going to have nothing to do with us, or we're just going to take what we want. Because at that point, you're on our border. You're already allowing China to train troops in Canada, just north of our border. As much as most of our illegals are coming from the southern border, they're still coming from the north as well. And most of the governing body of Canada has been superseded by basically non-Christian Islamic leadership. And so no, I didn't see that, Mr. I imagine you have clips. Okay, let's see. I suppose I could review that. I wonder if Teriak's worn out from doing his like nightly shows of like Wheel of Madness and what's the other one? I can't remember what it is. The media something like that. And then now gaming. It's like his break away from real political stuff. I'll acknowledge you, Dave. It's good to see you. Welcome in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not acknowledging. And God bless you, for sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. Hey, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky, welcome in. I think that there's an epidemic of nations that are the allies of the U.S. who have allowed extreme amounts of migrants, if you want to call it that, into their nations that have slowly tilted them away from the conservative values that most of us stood for. They've tilted them away from Christianity. They've tilted them towards things like Islam and feminism, and those things that either allow for enemy nations or enemy people groups to come in and take over your nation, or groups of progressive leftists and feminists who seek to destroy the nuclear family, all of which destroys the population within the nation, makes them dwindle down to nothing, and then all of the populations that are coming in from people groups from the Middle East and others have the highest birth rate of any people group on Earth. And so what we see is they're going to repopulate once they're there, and after 1 or 2 generations, they'll outpopulate the entirety of the original population. And I know that people will call this like replacement theory and all this stuff. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. If you just look at the situation as it is, you'll realize that between feminism and progressivism, you've seen a complete degradation of the birth rate because of all of these people that are so individualistic. They think they can have their cake and eat it too. And then you let the enemy of your nation in freely, and you give them things. So not only have you literally let the enemy in, but you've taken the taxes from the people who live there in origin and given it to them. And then you've also said, hey, if you keep repopulating, we're going to give you more tax dollars. And so then they just keep going and going and going, and they get more assistance, and they get more tax income, and they get more assistance from the federal government, until what you have is the government literally serves the migrants or the illegals or the immigrants or whatever you want to call them, and not their own people, until your entire nation collapses in on itself, which, by the way, is quite literally a plan that exists within a certain religious belief system, that you're supposed to go in, you're supposed to repopulate with their women, and you're supposed to take over their nation. I'm just throwing it out there. Don't know if all you people know, but that is one of the tenets of Islam, is that the womb is the greatest weapon against your enemy. Just so you know, making sure you know. So, yeah, there you have it. All right, I have a clip to review now. Good. Let's pause it, and we'll go through it. This is why I tell you guys, like, the family is the bedrock or the foundation of a well-functioning society. You must build strong Christian families. And we've seen a growth of people that may not be Christian, but they want the Christian nationalism to win. They want a Christ-centered, because they know that the Christian moral ethic and the Christian values as a founding principle for a nation is the best that there is, and that the others have not worked. And so when you look at all of this in totality, it means we need young men and young women to come into the Christian moral ethic, to start families, and to continue the tradition. Otherwise, we will see a complete flip of moral values from ours to whatever is allowed to come in and repopulate while we are not. This is why so many things that are happening are dangerous if they're not put to an end. If we don't stop the progression that is happening right now, we will see our nation go backwards in time 500 years. We will see a complete loss of the culture that we hold. And people have literally asked me in the past, why do you care? You're not going to be here anyway. I have children. Well, your children probably won't be here by then either. Great. My children's children will. My legacy continues from me, and I want my children and my children's children and their children to have the world that we want for them. So I don't want something else coming in and superseding and destroying everything that we have achieved and built. And I don't want them to destroy the moral ethic within our nation that leads to Christ, that leads to salvation. So that's why I tell young men to make ready and to find a good woman. And I know that there's so much out there that's discouraging that will keep you from building a family, but you still got to try. You can listen to all the red pill stuff and the black pill stuff. They're going to tell you that every woman out there is evil, that every man should do his own whatever and sleep with all these. No. You'll find yourself a good woman, marry her, and make babies, start a family, go to church, build better than what we are headed towards. It's what our country needs. The reason you're seeing the fall of places like Canada and the UK is because the deep-seated progressive movements of the left and feminism have decayed their social structures to the point where they now are working on completely toxic compassion, letting anyone, including their enemies, in the gates and allowing them to repopulate within so that they can take it over. All while acting like they don't see any of the dangers of the things that they're doing. Why? Well, it's partially because they need enough people to keep the economy moving, because countries rely on their economy. But guess what? When you let that feminism and progressivism take control, you got rid of the moral populace because they're no longer making children. So now you need to let every other group in to be the workforce that you no longer have. And that workforce doesn't have the same morals or values as you, and they don't care about yours. In fact, they willingly and absolutely are seeking to take over control of your land, control of your moral structures, legal structures, everything they can. And the country you have now will not be yours. And guess what? It won't be in 1 generation or 2. It'll be as soon as possible. It's not going to be outside of your lifetime. If you look at your own life right now, when you were a kid, did you hear about the things like New York having a Muslim governor who wants socialism in the state, and they're all pushing for it? When people that are my age, 41, were living in the UK as a young child, did they have mass migration to the point where there was the most popular name in their country was Muhammad? Did they have that? Because I'm pretty sure they didn't. That all happened in our lifetime, and we're not gone yet. In less than 40 years, we've seen a complete shifting away from the things that we stand for, and it's all because of 1 or 2 things, right? We've been indifferent and not paid attention as the people of the nation, and we've allowed all of this lovey-dovey, over-compassionate bullcrap to make our choices for us rather than what is needed. So, we need to take hard light stances. People need to be making families. People need to be going to church. We need to have Christ at the center. That is how we fix the broken state of things currently. Now, we can review this beautiful clip here that I was sent. Indeed, Dave, Christ is God. And he is risen. All right. Here we have it. Thank you, Mr. Mister.
What the WEF has stood for, which is export, offshore, far shore, find the cheapest labor in the world, and the world is a better place for it.
Oh, do they grow up?
The
Hold
fact
on, I'll
is,
fix that.
it has left America behind. It has left the American workers behind. And what we are here to say is that America First is a different model, one that we encourage other countries to consider, which is that our workers come first. We can have policies that impact our workers. Sovereignty is your borders. You're entitled to have borders. You shouldn't offshore your medicine. You shouldn't offshore your semiconductors. You shouldn't offshore your entire industrial base and have it be hollowed out beneath you. You should not be dependent for that which is fundamental to your sovereignty on any other nation. And if you're going to be dependent on someone, it darn well better be your best allies. Okay? And so that is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag.
There.
Whichever way
Hopefully
the
that
wind
fixes
blew,
it.
so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries.
True.
Why would you do that? Why would the United States of
See,
America,
this is what I'm saying.
which has oil and natural gas, try to convert to all
Stuff is good, Pit
electricity?
Sniper.
China does not have oil and natural gas. Electricity and electric cars make perfect sense to them. That is practical and logical. So the point I want to make, and I want people to think about, is that America First is the job of our government to take care of our workers, to make sure their lives are better for it. And then don't be America alone, right? But be America First. And I would suggest that policy is something for other countries to deeply consider, to take care of their own, and then we will work out wonderful relationships between us. But I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. It becomes pretty dark, pretty darn quickly. When America shines, right? And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up. Which ones of them? All of them.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it. And I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends,
See,
and
that's
with
smart.
everyone how they work it out. But
'Cause
the
if you-
Western Hemisphere matters
economics.
to the United States of America. And the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the West.
Okay, so that's absolutely true. Since the advent of the U.S.'s placement as the world power, we have seen an uplifting of everything in the world. Like literally, starvation is on the outs in most of the world. Since the time the U.S. took the dominant position, and because most of it was run through Christian values and the moral ethic of Christianity, the giving and helping of America has brought up the living conditions in almost every nation that we've touched. Now, you could say, yes, we've gone to war with these nations and these nations, but the rest of the world benefits. And even the nations that things were done in, you could say that there was some level of moral choice making within what they've done, right? Overthrowing tyrants that cause mass destruction and the taking of lives may have been a right thing to do. I'm not saying that I'm 100% behind the choices that our government makes, but what I would say is that the world has benefited from America growing the way that it has. If we could step off of all of the corruption within the government that we currently have seen over time, you would see a further blessing to the world. And absent that, if you see something like China taking the hegemon position of the planet, you will see their values step in. And we know what China is like. We know what Russia is like. We know what the nations that aren't the US, that are large and could fill a role close to the hegemon position, would mean for the world. And I don't think it's a better world. I don't think it's even a good world. And I think that in order for the world to stay stable, we need a strong America, because we are literally the, what could you say? We are the guiding light for the world at this point. And I know that there's tons of people in other countries that may see this differently, and they may see that Trump's our president right now, and because the news says these things, it's so terrible. But the truth of the matter is, absent America, and especially absent America's conservatism, the world falls into darkness. I can promise you, the world will suffer if America falls. So we, as the pseudo shepherds of the values currently, have to stand up. We have to agree that this has to be defended and protected. If we are not the bastion, there is none. There's nothing else. UK has fallen. Canada has fallen. The US is the last bastion. If we don't hold this ground, the whole world will feel it. I promise you. Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I think that that's true. And it's not because of color. It's because of the values and the moral ethics that supersede. If we sell those, if we let those go, the whole world falls. We've reached a point on Earth where they're the supreme nation, the greatest nation on Earth, that is the blessing of the Earth at this point in time, because we live in relative peace in comparison to every other time in history. If we go, everything crumbles. Like, I don't think that most people understand the level of collapse the world would see if the US loses the spot at the top. Just full stop.
Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my
You can
national
clip that.
security people to address.
Right. The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly. And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to.
On that note, never lucky, rubber ducky, I agree with you. And this is something I said on Speaks earlier. I don't think that a government that recognizes and understands that its populace needs to be Christ-centered, I don't think if we have that, then we don't make it out the other side. Because look, I don't agree with a lot of what Teriak says, but he has it right when he says it's going to come down to Christianity and Islam at some point in the future. Because at this point, that's what it's all headed towards. Everything is headed towards face-off of the Christian, the Church of Christianity, and the ever-growing populace that is born into and raised through Islam and wants Sharia worldwide. They want the domination and the subjugation of the world. They are told that that is their birthright, and what they are to do is to move into every region and to conquer and to take it for the name of Allah. So, yes, absolutely, you are right. We need a Christ-centered nation at the top, and it needs to hold fast. It needs to hold strong and true, because otherwise you have sold it all. So, all I can say is make it happen, people. Go to church, build families, teach those families about Christ so that they teach their children about Christ, because that is how we don't fall as a world. Otherwise, we're going to have a repeat of like the complete tumult that happened during the Ottoman Empire, where it crept into every nation in the region and tried to conquer everything, destroyed their culture, destroyed their cities, tried to take everything for themselves. And it took a combined effort of basically all of Europe to push it back down into the Middle East and fight it off for huge periods of time, all the way until World War I, if you're not aware, where promises were made to keep them out. So, this is the resurgence of the Ottoman Empire. Or you could say this is the resurgence of the children of Ishmael. You can say whatever you want about it. Whatever you want. But make no bones about the fact that the mission statement of Islam is to conquer the world. And the only other thing that will stand against it truly is Christianity. Period. That's that. So, let's continue. We'll keep watching this.
Think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lucknick?
And by the way, I'm not telling you that you should hate people who are Muslim or who believe Islam. They just were, like most of these people that believe that, were raised in it. From the time they were born, that's what they've been raised in, and they believe that that is true. But if they've been told for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 60 years, that it's their birthright to conquer the world, to put the Christians and Israel and everybody else in subjugation, then what do you think they're going to do? They're going to believe that, and they're going to carry it out. I'm not. I'm definitely not. This is what I believe. I'm not making any claim that I know the truth and I know everything or anything, and I'm not borrowing anything. This is my firm belief. It's not the people that are enemies. It's literally the ideologies. Yes. Well, I don't know if that's true. I know that every belief system has subjugated people. How can you even make that claim? Christians have subjugated more people than Islam. How could you make that claim? How could you even know that, actually? I don't think you have the ability to track people groups and what has been done well enough to even make that claim, first of all. And second of all, Christianity has been the primary mover for the abolition of like slavery and the reduction of suffering worldwide for far longer than Islam has been around. And not only that, how? Pit Sniper, how? Explain that. I don't have any belief in that. I'm literally saying what I see with my eyes, the decline of birth rate in the US, the movement of people into complete degradation that is leading to unhappier, less productive, less happy, less good people in the US and other Western nations. And it's because it's been a stepping away of moral values that are founded in Christianity. So you can make claims from chat, but people can't afford children for the very reasons I said. Feminism put women in the workforce, which created a complete doubling of the workforce, which meant that they didn't have to pay people as much because they had a huge surge of people, more people than they needed for all the jobs, which meant that they could pay bottom dollar for anyone that they could get in the door, which devalued the workforce, which brought down how much you could have and how much earning potential you could make. And then they brought in more feminism that taught women that they needed to have a career until their 30s so that they could be, like men, able to do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. And they put off their childbearing years till it was too late. Huge swaths of women did this and are now coming out saying that they're very unhappy that they bought the lie. And you can take it steps and steps further from that. And then you have progressivism that pushed, you don't have to do anything. You can suck on the teat. You can just get what you want from wherever and just live easy off the backs of others. And then they pushed socialism, and then they pushed communism, and they pushed feminism in the grouping. And here we are with people not affording kids and homes and all the things they used to be able to afford just fine before everything was degraded to the point it's at now. And on top of that, they said, well, guess what? The birth rate's down, so let's just import people from Mexico, from the Middle East, from everywhere else. And sure, you can say there is some similarity because guess what? This happens in most nations throughout history. When the degradation happens and the population starts dropping, people get imported. And the more people you import, the more it subdues the original population and the culture shifts to the other population instead of actually holding to true values and pushing forward.
Would like us to have them? Does this logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard?
You go first.
Thank you. Thanks, Francois Philippe.
We're friends.
So I'm very struck by and taken by the idea of putting your own country first and considering your own security and resilience. I think it's about 3 years ago now that I gave a speech where I coined the term securonomics, which is all about building security and resilience in your economy, and the days when it didn't matter where things were made and who made.
You could explain why you think it's disingenuous. What I've literally said, this is what I believe to be true from what I've seen of history, of the world, of my own lifetime, within my paradigm and my framework. So you can make whatever claim you like, but disingenuous is not a thing that I do. I don't purposefully lie. I don't purposefully twist things. It's not in my way. That's wrong to me. So I don't know. I put a hat on. I'm not playing a role. This is how I am. This is what I believe. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to twist who I am or what I believe. And I think most of my chat knows that this is who I am. I'm not different because a hat is on my head. How in the world? What? Yes, I talk about some political stuff here and there, but most of the time it's not even that. It's like debate and open panel chats. So I don't understand how you could say I'm Timu Alex Jones. Though, Alex Jones was pretty big and pretty awesome. So maybe it's a compliment. I'm not sure. Partially, this started as me just being able to come on and talk to random people because it was kind of awesome. It was something to do, to meet people, to express my takes on what's going on in the world. Basically, that's about it. And it turned into this over time. So, I mean, you can have your opinion. You can think that I'm disingenuous, but that doesn't make it a factual statement. And I don't say what I don't think is true. So, you figure it out.
Them were in the past, and that's become increasingly clear since the pandemic, when we were over-reliant on PPE and medicines from abroad, and then again when Russia invaded Ukraine because of what happened to oil and gas prices. I guess for an economy like the UK, the way in which we will pursue our national interest is going to be different from the way in which the US pursues theirs. You are a much bigger economy, and we can't do everything on our own, and nor should we try to, because we'd end up...
We can't do everything on our own. So here's the UK saying they're appalled at some of the stuff that's been said, but they know they can't do everything on their own. And our economy is much larger than theirs. A puppet to who? Like...
doing nothing well, but we do have real strengths in the UK, in our defence sector, in life sciences.
I don't work for anybody. I don't have any, like, people controlling what I'm saying or doing. It's literally just me getting online to talk to people about what I'm thinking or what's happening. So I just get on the internet and talk to people. That's it.
In business and financial services, but we do rely on our allies as well, and even a country as big and as strong as America also relies on its allies.
So I want you to think about that, actually. It's a kind of a strange statement. Like, right, exactly, Mr. So you're a smaller nation with a smaller economy. You have a huge resurgence or surgence of immigration into your nation. You have really high social-based care type dollars going out the door, but you're here saying you don't think that America should do what it wants to do or what it thinks it needs to do for itself because you as a smaller nation need help from your allies, which is the US, because you have a bunch of social programs that you need to uphold. And in order to uphold those programs and to keep your nation functioning the way it does, you really, really need the US to continue doing whatever they want.
And I guess the sort of area where I think that we do need to sort of continue that dialogue between countries that share each other's values is how we can work together in our mutual interests to advance our values in a very unstable and uncertain world. And you know, if you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies around the world. In the United States, Britain, I hope, I believe, is your strongest ally. Always has been.
Do a deal with us, and we love you. We do.
Thank you very much. Feeling is mutual, but we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are. And I think that's probably more stark for smaller economies. But even for the US, when you think about, I was in the States, as you know, last week for a meeting of G7 plus a few other finance ministers to talk around critical minerals. Now, you do have some reserves of critical minerals, but not everything you need. 90% of your critical minerals at the moment come from the US, from China. You need to wean yourself off those. Sure. Yeah, but you won't be able to do that without the help of Canada and Australia and other countries. And so for all of your strengths, we do also need to think how we can preserve some of the things that the US has benefited from in the NATO alliance.
Doesn't this, Mr. doesn't this seem really tentative to you? Like the tone seems to be like a very tactful, careful thing. It's like we have a structure that works and functions pretty good, and we're going to be really careful how we say this, but we want business to continue as it does. We want the status quo to continue, but we're going to say it in as soft a way as possible because we don't want the animus of the US focused on us. What it seems like to me.
And the Western alliance, not because it is the benevolent or the right thing to do, but because I profoundly believe it is in your country's national interest. The other thing I just wanted to say, Adam, in terms of sort of building security and resilience, but for my country, it's about our industrial strategy, where we're really focusing.
That's it, dishwasher. It's the same thought process of, right? It's the same process of the rich can pay for it, tax the rich, right? It's partially like because America has more, there's an expectation that it will just give without stipulation, without anything, right? And I'm not saying that that's what they're demanding by any stretch, but it's the same kind of thought process of because somebody has more, they ought to give to those who don't. And it's the same thing with like a taxation structure where you're forced to pay for the needs of others. Now, I think that people should be charitable and give and help others by choice. And I can understand some of the tax structure that allows for the taking care of people, but there should be some level of opt-in, opt-out. Opted in means you also can reap the benefits of the opted in, but the force part is left out, and it's like you see the micro in population, but then you see the macro, and it still functions that way with nations as if they were people.
On these sectors where we are really good. We're not going to be a semiconductor superpower in the UK. That's not realistic.
So it
but
seems
we've
like
got friends.
biotech.
Life sciences, biotech, financial services, which is obviously absolutely crucial for financing things like the exploration for critical minerals and the extraction of those critical minerals. We've got real strength with the London.
Do you think, Pit Sniper, that the strings that are attached for the US's assistance in NATO was beneficial enough to actually cost the whole of the American population what it has cost for what we have received in return? There's a question for you. Okay. Pit. I'll just call you Brad.
Metal exchange in London, for example. But we have some reserves of lithium and tungsten. We're not going to be a big global supplier of critical minerals. So we have strengths. Defence is another one. And our trade strategy is also around our security and resilience, where we are trying, and this is different from the US approach, I absolutely acknowledge that, we are trying to reduce barriers to trade. We've done trade deals this year with you.
Striking a deal doesn't mean it's a good deal. You can strike a deal all day long and pay out for getting less and harming the overall long run. So
with India, with Korea, and we're also reducing trade barriers with the EU. There's more that we want to do together between the UK and Canada. We regard it in our national interest to reduce cost of living for people in Britain, but also providing more opportunities for businesses in the UK to then export around the world. And, energy security is important to us.
Well, honestly, I'd have to go through each and every different deal that you're talking about and see where shortfalls or benefits were and say, okay, was this mostly beneficial or was this destructive to the overall operations of the United States and the people, the citizens of the United States, which our government is responsible for, first and foremost. That's what I would have to say.
As well. We do have some reserves of North Sea oil and gas, and they will be important for many decades to come, but we are a net importer of oil and gas. We do have, because of the shallow waters in our seas, big opportunities around wind technology. We don't have what you have in the US, and so we've got to find our own way to boost our energy security, and we strongly believe that renewables is a really important part of that mix, as is nuclear. There hasn't been sufficient.
Wait. Did I say... Why did I ever say that all the deals previously were bad? I don't think I made that claim. I literally asked you a question. I said, did the U.S. get reasonable compensation for the expense of NATO payments made on behalf of other nations in return? Was it to the benefit of the American people in such a way that it was reasonable to assume that the American people, as a mass, would agree with the deals and what we got from them on the whole? Because I would say at least some of the things I've seen have been absolutely not. And you could say some of the things were a benefit, but I would say that net, I wouldn't agree that it has been beneficial. I think the American people have lost out a bunch because frivolous spending and frivolous giving and weird deals have been made over time without oversight of the American people in any way, shape, or form, other than some people that have been voted in and or declared the head of such and such thing, and then we get the after effects without knowing what happens. And then maybe down the road, we'll have the ability to look into things and go, well, I don't think that I've crapped on anything wholesale. I haven't made claims about anything. I've literally said, I asked you a question. Has it been a net benefit to the American people who paid the taxes that then went to those nations in the deals that we have made? I didn't say bad deals were made. I didn't say any of the things that you're trying to say. I said I didn't crap on anything. I think you're placing assumptions of what I believe based on what you've seen other people say. And so you're just saying that that's something I stand for, which I haven't actually said to you. So you can place what you think I believe on me, but if you don't know, it's kind of weird to assume and then call me names over it. What goalpost have I moved? Should we go back and rewatch and see if I made claims of presidents making terrible deals or who was horrible or any of that? Because I didn't. I don't think I've moved a goalpost because I don't think I made a claim about the deals that were made. I've asked if they were a net benefit to the American people, whom the federal government's number one goal should be okay, NAFTA was poorly educated, but it was not a democratic idea. It was a Republican plan signed off by a Democrat president. Okay. See, that's a claim you're making. You would have to prove it somehow, because I don't just trust the word of a chatter who comes in and aggressively pokes at me randomly like Steelman does, because, as you said earlier, you think that I'm pushing and fooling people and being a puppet and trying to lead people down terrible roads. So I don't know.
Investment in nuclear for a long time. We've signed off Sizewell C, big nuclear reactor, as well as small modular reactors in North Wales. So, you know, that security for us is around energy security, our security through our industrial strategy and our trade strategy as well. So I think a lot of, you know, shared analysis.
I don't think you're an expert, and I don't really need to learn something from you. I can go read up on things if I need to. The point is, you jumped into the chat. I made a whole bunch of claims on things that I didn't say, as well as criticizing what I think, because you think something about what I think that may offend you in some way, so you needed to speak out against what I think. So that's what I was addressing mostly.
Of what the problem is. The solution is going to be different in every country, but what I would urge Howard and others in the administration just to think of is how your allies can also help you achieve your objectives, which I think are in your national interest, as well as helping all of the Western world to thrive.
Can I begin, Mr.
Sure. Well, listen, it's a real pleasure to be with Howard and obviously Rachel and colleagues. I like the way Howard started. You know, it's the worker first and how we rebuild industrialization. And you're right. You know, you've been looking at that. And I think today, and I chaired 10 meetings of the finance minister of the G7, perhaps last year, with Rachel and Scott and others to try to figure out, you know, the way forward. And one thing, and goes back to Howard, I think that the world see a better, clearer nexus between food security, energy security, economic security, and national security. I can tell you as finance minister, I've never talked as much about national security as we did before, for some of the reason that Howard was mentioning. You know, we've become too reliant and less resilient. So how do we build resiliency in the system? I think has been a significant thing. And nostalgia is never a good strategy. You know, I keep saying we're entering the second quarter of the 21st century. And the next 25 years and beyond is not going to be like the last 25. So you cannot look at the past to try to chart the future. And I'd say the 3S, which I call the speed, scope, and scale of change, is quite unprecedented. You know, some would say you have to go back to 1945, the fall of the Berlin Wall. It's everything. It's geoeconomic, geopolitics, supply chain. It's AI, it's quantum. It's a lot of things at the same time. And when you realize that, as we've done, is how do we, between partners, allies, and friends? You look at Canada. I mean, geography has made us partners, allies, and friends. We've been blessed by geography. We share the continent. We've been trading with each other. We've been exchanging. Actually, we're one of the biggest customers of the United States. We buy more from the U.S. than China, Japan, and the U.K. combined. So 2/3 of the United States of Canada is their first export market. So we've built that integration. But what Howard was making a point, and Rachel, is that within that, we also need to build more resilience in the system. You know, we had to do for us, you know, do a step change. How we're going to be, you know,
Okay, so this seems like the first is pleading. The second is like right here is saying they need to build in more resilience rather than reliance. So it's like appeasing, right? So it's like pleading and appeasing for the U.S. to continue with the status quo.
major supplier in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy, the things that will matter for the future. And what we need now is scope and scale, because I think what we're facing now is a rupture point where we need to change the future together. And I would say when I look at Canada, you know, we're still a big magnet for talent. I mean, like the United Kingdom, Rachel and I were in Downing Street recently and looking at the talent piece. And if you can attract the right people, you're going to have the right economy and you're going to have the right strategy, the right prosperity. The second thing I would say, you need strong industries. And I think that was the point of Howard. You need to make cars, you need to make ships, you need to make planes. You need to have the industrial base that is going to ensure your resiliency, whatever happened in this new world. I'd say in terms of critical minerals, it's true with our G7 colleagues. We said we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty. So how do we, make sure that we improve the resilience in the system? And we've seen what other actors have been trying to do on critical minerals. So we need to learn from that. And we've said, let's have an initiative to make sure we'd be more resilient. And for us, it's about how can we be the best possible partners to our friend allies so that no one has a choke point when it comes to that. The fourth thing I would say is around energy. I think that we have been for decades providing energy, but I think now we're stepping up in a big way. And I think it's a good thing because you want, and the point of our work in the United States, they want partners to be resilient. They want partners to be, they're fighting for their own peace and for their workers, and I like it because we're all doing that, but we all need to do a bit more. And at the end, I would say when you're Canada, we have free trade with all the G7 colleagues. So I think we're in a unique position to work in a very concrete way to build the resilience in the system that I think going back to the worker, the point of our word, we're all going to be benefit if we're more resilient, if we're more coordinated in what we're doing, and realizing that each ally and partner can bring something to the table. And that's what we're trying to build. If you're looking at the next quarter, that's really the wake-up call, I think, that we all receive and that we need to act upon.
Can I turn to our representatives from the private sector? Brian, ahead of time, we were talking about how, from your point of view, you think it's critical for countries to think about attracting foreign business.
He looks like he's going to
You
cry.
were giving me a very interesting analysis of the way in which you thought that countries like Canada or the UK might be well advised to play this game of attracting foreign capital. We've heard the policy side. And then, Janet, I'd love to turn to you to get your global perspective on this.
So I think one thing Howard didn't mention also is the U.S. final.
Here's a question. You said, Mr. Oh, good night, Dave. You say we can't get Spain to pay the 2%. What does the U.S. overall get for its NATO membership? I'll call it that. And the fact that we spend to cover the shortage of other nations that are either unwilling or incapable of paying their share of that.
Demand is huge. And so the success of a company coming to the U.S. and doing something is there's going to be big final demand met. And the U.S. consumer in the first couple of weeks of January spent at 7% more than they spent last January. We've raised our estimates for the U.S. economy from 2.6% GDP to 2.8. We're bullish, and we think that's net, Howard. So you got to, but with a 5 or 6% growth, frankly, which is a lot of activity. So we're bullish on that. But what I was saying earlier is that the tricky thing to figure out, and I've had discussions with Rachel and her colleagues over the years, is how you're the best place. If you're England, and she pointed out the financial services is a major industry for them, you have to think about how you're the best place for firms like ours to operate, who are not running retail banks and not running, so that they can go to the whole world out of that. And so we have New York, we have London, and then how do we go to the whole world? And the trick for a government is to figure out, I got to protect my people, I got to protect my tax base. What I don't need to do is get myself so involved to where I start to become more and more difficult. So if you take the environmental rules that have been beaten that for the last 5 or 6 years. I've had some interesting meetings here where we keep telling these aren't going to work, these aren't going to work in the EU, CRDD and all this stuff. Our point was not, you just make it unable to work. And even the capital rules in Basel III, which sound like we're codifying the world, the application of them created misery across the world. And so the idea, I think, when a country thinks about it, what our colleagues said here about protecting it, but it's how do you have the balance between being the best place for multinationals to come do business in our country, at the same time protecting our citizens. And it's not by saying all the rules apply to the UK multinational that apply to a US multinational. You got to sit there and say, how do I tailor this thing to make it work? Which is a bit what Howard's saying. They're going to bring fabs here. We're not saying you have to become a US company to do it. They're building, this major fab. She's talking about one up in Syracuse and et cetera. It's a a foreign company, but they got to put it here so if the whatever hit the fan, you could cut it off and still own the means of production. That's because of that thing. There's other things you don't have to be quite so ardent about, for lack of a better term. So how does a country balance that sovereignty with that? Data is becoming a real problem. You know, people want to say, if the data's in my country, it's okay. And you're saying, you know what? That just means you've taken all this
say anything
worldwide
about
system,
isolationism.
which you want
I
us to
said,
give
what
you
do
all
we
these
get
reports, information, and you started slicing the pieces. There's
in
no value to
return?
the customer in that. There's no value to your citizens, your companies in that. You think there's incremental value, but let us explain
What
do you
does
really
NATO
want? We can get it to you if you
do
need it.
for the
But
greater
if you make us
U.S.?
run separate systems, you've added cost
And is
to
it
your
more
people, 'cause, by the way,
beneficial to all the
rest of the people are
nations
just run a common system. So it's data, it's
that are in
information, point
NATO
practices,
other
and all
than the
those things. And
U.S.
how
than
do you
it is
become the
for the
best? How do you
U.S.?
think about that? While protecting
That's the question.
your citizens from big bad banks, or protecting your citizens from taxpayer degradation, things like that.
That's truly fascinating. Janet,
Really?
do you want to give us your...
So first, I'll just start with...
I'm just, the question was like, we're paying NATO. We're paying for the shortages of nations that are either unwilling or incapable of paying. What does the U.S. benefit from NATO's connection? Like, what does the U.S. actually gain from it? I'm not saying we have to be isolationist. I'm asking, what do we gain from, one, paying our cost of NATO, as well as the cost of nations that can't or won't, that is needed, that couldn't be done absent NATO? And us paying for all these other countries' membership costs.
We're a global organization, 400,000 people. We operate in about 150 countries and territories. And so, you know, globalization for us has been there for a long time. And, you know, you have to work.
You should read what you just wrote. We're paying other nations to buy our goods in exchange for defense. Much of it they pay for to our defense contract. Again, we're paying other nations to buy goods in exchange for defense. So we're giving them the money to buy the goods from us for us to help in defense.
You know, with how do you deal with local rules and regulations? It's no different than the financial services industry. Politics, economies, demographics, all different. And you've got to decide, you know, what do you need to do to operate locally and then continue to be a well-connected global organization. And I think that's where companies, you know, need more help than ever before. And so I think globalization is not going away. It's just becoming more complex. So we look at the landscape and, you know, the geo strategy of companies has been
It's kind of a weird equation, right? Like, I'm paying my brother to hire me to build his porch. Yeah, so I'm paying myself to build my brother's porch from my own pocket. I'm going to pay him, and then I'm going to do the task. And he's just going to give me the money back, or a portion of the money back, for me doing that thing.
elevated like, you know, we've never seen before in the last 2 years to be a board level conversation. 94% of our, you know, CEOs that we survey are really investing significant money, you know, to really games, you know, and scenario plan, you know, not one or two, but 6 or 7 different scenarios because of the complexities that we're talking about here today. And resiliency you talked about, I mean, that's what's so important for these organizations. And it just being here last year, you know, where there was, you know, uncertainty.
Well, that would be the end result, Voltaire. That would be the end result.
You know, compared to this year, I think last year we saw a lot of companies kind of wait and see, and you know, we'll take some time to see, you know, how we pivot. I think now, you know, our most sophisticated clients, they can't wait, so they're going to have to make some bets. They're going to have to make some investments. Some will work out, some won't. But you know, that paralysis is no longer an option, and they're going to have to move forward.
Can I double down on that and ask both of you from the private sector whether you are seeing already, just expanding on the point you've just made, where is this tipping point coming? Like, when is the private sector globally or in the US, where are you seeing the flows shift? Because I'm a policy wonk kind of person. I'm always talking up the story. The politicians have a stake in also, in some sense, talking up the story because you need programs. The visions of the Trump administration are astonishingly bold. And then what I'm always kind of with my economist hat on.
They're related for sure. It's funny that frameworks seem to not see connections depending on belief system. Like, this whole thing, it's like you move into a neighborhood. The neighborhood has a cost, a fee to live there. You have to pay yours. But because you're the wealthy person at the end of the street, you're going to have to pay the portion for the other nations also that are the other houses, the people in the neighborhood. You're going to have to pay the cost of the ones that can't afford it or have refused to pay theirs. So you, living at the end of the street, need to just pay for all of the ones that can't or won't. And in return, they're going to give you a portion back of what you paid. And the main portion of what was paid by you will hire security for the entirety of the neighborhood. And they'll do surveillance and they'll make sure that everybody stays safe. But in the end, you're paying for most of it. And everybody's benefiting at your cost. And the decision is that everybody in your family has to pitch in because you are the rich house on the end. So any adult children you have or anybody who's attached has to also pay into this. And what you're going to get also has tailed into it rules that you have to follow because the people that you're paying for have all decided that these are new rules that you have to follow too because you live in this neighborhood. They voted, and so you have to do them, even though you're paying the lion's share of the cost of the things that make the group a thing. Have a good night, Jared. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Have a good night, and God bless you.
I'm wondering, is this really happening? Like, is the shift in the flow really happening?
Just think about the ability to get a deal done. The ability to get a transaction done. The honest advice in, say, 2024 or something like that would have been to somebody offering up a $5 billion plus acquisition. Think twice because this may never get approved. And what are you going to do to your company while you wait? Okay. That's completely changed. So last year, 25, was the second highest investment banking year of deals getting done. Absent the pandemic recovery year where every debt financing went crazy. So, and next year we think it's bigger. That means that you're unleashing the competitive forces of acquisitions and all the deployments and investments. So the capital markets are open, the financing's there. And so I think if we can keep enough certainty, to your point about that, just keep the rules clear enough. Well, these colleagues have to wrestle with. National security is not, unless you're in the business of providing national security, is not something we all depend on, but not something we're going to add a lot of value to. But on the other hand, it creates economic activity we have to help finance. Okay, but the world's ready to go in a lot of ways, and so deals can get done and things like that. And what I encourage people is to move on the permitting side, move on the approval side, move on the deregulation side. There's a lot of fuel going in the tank right now on deregulation stuff that's still barely coming in the system in across the UK and here and other places.
So in our pre-chat, you were saying de-emphasize the headline tariff wars thing, focus on the nuts and bolts, the non-tariff barriers, the things which enable stuff to get done.
These rules, which they're straightening out, hopefully, on environmental disclosure, require you to do things like, and we're just saying there's an ISSB that comes with set standards. We're happy to agree with those, and those are developed with business. The firms, the major firms developing, so business can do this, but if you do a lot more than this because you like X or Y, you are just adding barriers to us being able to operate with the facility to help your people get financing and access to capital.
Jan, this corresponds to your
So crack down on the economy.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at, again, financial services regulation of our profession, we've got different standards for different companies listing different places. That's not helpful, right? We've got to get alignment and better consensus, again, to bring, more businesses to market and the like.
You want to come back in?
Well, I would say it's not a time to wait. It's a time to double down. I mean, listen, what we need, we were talking just a minute, critical
It's
minerals.
belief systems,
What
dude.
we need is speed and
This
scale.
is frameworks.
This is not a time. But what has happened in the world, I think, is forced us as government to be more efficient. I mean, a lot of what we were saying is how we bring efficiency in our own system. For us, we put a major project office, reducing the time of permitting, matching the offer and demand, looking at long-term offtake with the number of private sector. I think there's a big role, in the United States has been leading in many ways in trying to show us in a way.
Incentive. So the incentive reduced carbon emissions, though, that part still is like we make a climate accord with France, or all of the nations included, make a climate accord. That climate accord is you pay these tax for carbon emissions, and that tax goes to an organization for what purpose? Or you use too much carbon, so you pay a tax, and then it goes to this organization. Does the organization go out and clean up all the carbon? Because as far as I know, they don't. So what's the tax for? Is it to dissuade people from creating the carbon so that they create less? Because if they create too much, they have to pay a tax. So it's like financial strong-arming to keep people from producing carbon. I don't know what you mean. How are you on ethanol incentives then? Should we tax oil or alcohols? I don't. I think the minimum amount of taxation is the best way to go about anything, if at all. Sure, it's brought infrastructure and all kinds of things over time. But at this point, it's not just for that. It's for every wicked, weird thing that exists. Even things you don't agree with, your tax dollars have to be given over so that the government could decide to do things that are not necessities for the American people. So, like, I don't know. Okay. Why are we even on this topic specifically? What, like, the whole point was, why are we doing a luxury tax style thing on emissions of carbon rather than utilizing technology, if we needed to reduce the carbon, which is actually happening in different places and is possible. And then those very same companies utilize the carbon for production of other things. So, like, it feels like a lot of this stuff is like robbing Peter to pay Paul repeatedly in a loop, infinitum, and you are the one who's going to pay at the end, repeatedly. And even if you don't agree with all of the policies, you don't agree with the ideologies, you don't agree with whys of these things. It doesn't matter. You just got to pay it. I'm not making a moral claim on what has been. You're like equating carbon emissions to alcohols and their uses. It just kind of feels weird and disconnected to me from what I'm even talking about, because this is literally the US and other nations paying an organization that's non-American for a reason of the production of a chemical that, I don't know, we're made of. Like, all life on Earth is carbon-based, so, like, I don't know, man.
The interaction that you can have, and honestly, when you know there's things that you see in the public, but you'd be surprised at the amount of discussion and the background what we're trying to think to achieve. Because
My biggest question would be how much of it is ideology and how much of it is truth, because I would rather the truth than because somebody thinks this thing or feels this way. Everybody's got to do this other thing. And if I can convince enough people to believe this thing that I've conceived, I can get the whole of the world to fall into this basket and do what they are told, because it seems like it might be true. But I don't have to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. I just have to say that it looks this way and it might be this way. And because it looks this way and it might be this way, you all have to pay for it.
If you look at the real challenges in the world today and the advancement of technology, quantum and AI altogether, cyber, I come back to critical minerals because it's essential. The microchip, everything we need. I would say what has happened has made us all.
My biggest question comes down to things like, should this be the burden of every human? Should this be the burden of every citizen of a nation? Because if that is the case, then you could talk through it and figure it out. But if it isn't, if it's things that are beyond what it should be required of the citizenry to deal with or to pay for, then why would you foist that upon your populace when it's not a necessity? Why would you tax people for non-necessities at all? That's the question. Because I think that, like, our tax dollars, if they were used for all the necessity-based purposes and we kept our books balanced, then the U.S. would function far greater than it currently does. And I think there's far too many people, regardless of which side they are on, seeking to gouge at every turn, to take from the American people and spend on pet projects so that somebody they know or some organization they're associated with will benefit.
Also more efficient. I can speak for Canada. We have done things in the recent past that
Yes,
were long.
the Leering centers need funding.
That we needed to do, and Rachel and I, we've been sharing, and Howard has been obviously a lot as well in the United States. So I would say from our side, it has made us more efficient.
The Leering Center is just another thing. Like, your tax dollars are going to people willing to defraud you and who hate your culture and want theirs in its place. So they're going to tax you, give that money to fraudulent individuals who want to see the downfall of you. I see huge problems with that. And if it's happening in the small places that we're seeing with organizations that don't seem like it was even that well set up or thought out, then I have to imagine it's being done on massive scales in other ways that are a massive injustice to the American people in general. I don't think I'm making that claim. I said necessities. I can understand the necessities, but if things are being spent on non-needed, non-necessitated things, you're just taking money because you're spending frivolously the taxes of the American people, which is a harm to their survival. Period.
Because I don't think that you'll see change is obviously part of history, but I don't think the speed and scope and scale of change will relax. I think you will see that for quite some time. So better adapt to that, be efficient, and like you said, these.
I don't think the tax system was, to the American people's eye, created specifically to take their money and do whatever they want with it. It was taken on behalf of on behalf of the American people, so that the government could do the necessity, right, to build a military that can protect, defend, and see the the will of the nation carried out, and then the roads, the infrastructure, all of the things that are necessities for the function of the nation. I don't think the American people are thinking, yeah, I want my taxpayer dollars taken and done whatever random politicians want with it. And it doesn't matter what that thing is. It could be completely against what you believe. It could be completely outside of the need of any American whatsoever. It could not help us at all. And we'll just keep paying those taxes into a system that is willing and able to spend it on whatever frivolous thing they want that doesn't actually benefit the American people in any way, shape, or form. That's what I'm saying.
Investments that are waiting. I think we've passed the time of waiting now. It's the time to act to make sure we can, meet the moment.
I didn't say it does. I said it should. Pitt, I'm saying tax dollars should be used on the necessity of the American people. If it is the case that the military needs to carry out the will of the American people, then the tax dollars ought go to that. I'm not making an is claim, I'm making an ought claim. I'm not making a claim that they carry out the will of the American people. But if the American nation or people or the needs of the people are entailed or intertwined with the military's action, then the tax dollars should be used for that, right? So if we have whatever it is, we have assets somewhere that are a necessity to the function of the American people, then yes, the military should be used to defend those kinds of assets. So that would be at the will of the American people because it's a necessity for those things to continue to function. Those kinds of things, yes, I would say it does, or it should. But again, comes down to why would you tax people and spend the money on things like Mr. Mister was outlining? Why should the American taxpayer pay for programs that give condoms to Middle Eastern countries, or pay for weird projects in nations that doesn't make or break or have anything to do with the American people whatsoever? I was also there. And I definitely have mixed emotions on all of the things that have happened. I've never claimed that America has taken the best and righteous course in all actions. By no means have I said that. I have my own gripes with the way that our government functions. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying right now. Those tax dollars should go to the necessity of the American people. Good to see you, Paige. Who did? Oh. I was also there. I get it. And what? I think the tax dollars should go to necessity, not to frivolous things, not to some of the things that we have seen in our lifetime. But I haven't dictated those. I haven't chosen those things. And I'm here saying that I think that we, as a nation, should do better about what it's used on. Yeah, and thank you for your service. I know that it was my honor to serve my country, even if things have to be done or do get done that I don't necessarily agree with. But that's what I'm saying right now. Things need to be done better. We need to do better. We need to make sure that we aren't taking the money of the American people, the taxpayers, and wasting it. Like, if you think about it as like we're the wealthy nation that has built what has been built, and we have the ability to take the tax dollars and do all these grand and great things, then why would you like let a family member frivolously spend you into bankruptcy rather than say, look, we're going to spend what's necessary, we're going to save what we can, and we're going to help people when we can, but we need to be wise and it needs to be beneficial to the household, right? Like, I don't see at all why it would be wise for the tax dollars of the American people to be taken and then put into every project, even things that people flat out disagree with, even possibly a majority of the American people disagree with, and it isn't a necessity for them. Then why would we do it? Why would we allow that to happen? Why would we even be okay with that system? And if that is the case, and the American people see that that is happening, how much faith will they have in the system and continue to pay the taxes to it? If you see time and time again fraud, money going out the door for things that are messed up, you're going to say, look, I'm done. I don't opt in anymore. And that's a massive danger. Just like all the other things that I've been talking about, it's like we're on this weird precipice where there's huge issues looming. And instead of worrying about those huge issues that are looming, we're worried about the freaking pointless things that actually won't affect us in massive ways. And some of them may be salacious or important to talk about, but they're not the most important thing that we need to deal with. So, thank you for that donation. I appreciate it. I won't call out the person, but I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Like, earlier, you started the conversation with like, oh, you're a puppet and you're like leading people. I'm not leading anyone. I'm just saying what I believe on the internet to people that are willing to come and listen and watch and interact with my speaking. So I would say, Pitt, that depends on what's needed at the time, right? What supersedes what in the moment. If the case is that we need more in one area or the other at the moment, we should do that thing. Do we need a strong military? Yes. Do you think that if we degrade our military and cut the budget more and more over time, that other nations won't start poking and prodding because we are the biggest kid on the block? Because they will. I think you know that. So there's a certain level of supremacy you have to uphold, I think. Do we overdo it? Probably. But who knows, really? Because I think if you look at geopolitics, we, down here on the ground, have fairly low knowledge of the overall. To be fair, I don't watch the news at all at this point. I literally go and watch random different things like what I'm watching right now. I have a decent sized community now that literally is sending me stuff all the time, and I can watch it and say, do I think this is true or false, and then look into it more. Most of it's just founded on my foundational belief of all of the things that I'm talking about. And sure, it'll come from my framework as a Christian husband, father, combat veteran. All of those things will play into it for sure. I'm just literally saying what I think is best for our country, in my opinion, at this point in time. And if that resonates with people, awesome. If it doesn't, okay. We can talk like we're talking right now. So, in my opinion, should we, I think, build battleships or cut taxes? Again, like I said, it needs to be necessitated. If we can find that it's completely unnecessary that more battleships be built, then we should not. And we should cut the taxes. Or we should provide whatever other necessities to the people. However, I would say if the pace of military development in other nations that could be seen as enemies or who seek to topple us financially and then dominate the trade and then dominate the trade lanes because they've taken that place, I think that there is definitely a line of projection and wargaming that we could say it would be pertinent that we keep on top of those things to make sure that other countries don't catch up in a fashion that they could overtake us and we would fall. And they take our place as the hegemon, and then we just have to live under Chinese rule or whatever nation does it first. So, again, like I said before, truly, I would believe that if we can say that it's unnecessary in any way, shape, or form to do the thing that we're doing, probably we shouldn't. No, but they will be utilized if those lanes are jeopardized or nations seek to do harm through seafaring vessels or, right? So I'm not familiar enough with all of the programs and projects. I don't know what we're making right now. I don't know the cost, and I don't know what other nations are making that we would be making things in response to or before they get to. I know that when you look at like fighters or jets, we are constantly upgrading and creating new and better technology, and the other countries, including countries we would deem as enemies, are doing the same at a pace that's close to our own. So I know it's not a trick question. I'm just literally giving my honest answer. I feel that if they are needed, then we should. If they are not needed, we should not. We don't need to, again, frivolously spend taxpayer dollars without cause. if the cause is deemed necessary and it makes sense to a level that we should, then we should. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like if you have, again, I'll go back to the neighborhood analogy because it kind of works well. If you have a neighborhood and the neighborhood has a adjacent neighborhood that is a little bit poorer and wants wealth from the other neighborhood, and they're seeking to get it, and they have all the tools and development working on all of the things they need to come and take it from you, then you would want to make sure that yours has everything it needs to be stronger and better at making sure that doesn't happen. And you may need to make sure that yours actually patrols and make sure they're not coming for you. And. So I think that there's just so many, facets and pieces to those puzzles that I'm ill-equipped to actually say whether or not we would need those things or we should do that thing. And should we have like 3 forms of review to see if we should? Sure. But again, I don't have any power in that lane or that way. So the question is my belief. I think the government should only take taxes for what is necessary. Not for other countries, not for the whole world, but for the benefit of the American people, because that is what the government should be at the behest of the people. That as may be, but the truth of the matter is, Pitt, that when all things come down to the base, might is the thing that is the reliant base beneath, right? By no means, again, am I saying that we need to tote it around and beat people over the head with a stick and we need to tamp down everyone. I don't think that at all. I think that we do need to hold enough might that we hold the predominant spot. Because I do think that overall, there isn't another nation, at least currently, that has a system and a people that should be in this position because of all of the things that are currently in existence. No, I don't want the law of the jungle. I don't know how you're getting that from what I'm saying. I'm saying, in reality, I think that things like the Force Doctrine ring true because when you get to the very lowest baseline of things, whoever has the might, because if you strip away like all the first world things that exist in this world, if the world went to shit, if a meteorite struck the earth and all of the economies of the earth were toppled and everybody's having issues, or a great zombie apocalypse happened, it's literally going to come down to hard power. I do have respect for soft power, but you don't have any soft power if you don't have hard power first. I can see like having good rapport. I can understand those things. I can understand having decent alliances. I can understand all of those things, but those things are only possible if you also have enough might that there's a reason for others to respect your placement. Because if we look throughout all of history, there's a way of things. Yes. Why is anyone scared? Well, when you look at the world as it is, and you look at the economies of all the nations and how the economy plays into the might of a nation, and you look at all the entailments with that, you go, okay, if another nation takes economic supremacy on the world stage, then they hold sway economically over the entirety of the planet. The moment that that happens, they now have a stranglehold on huge lanes of power, might, whether that would be the economic might, right? So at the point that they have that economic might, they now basically pull ahead of everyone else. And the further they pull ahead, the more power they have, and the more ability through those economics they have to dominate more and more in an actually physical manner. So when we take that into account and we look at nations that function like China or totalitarian nations that may actually be capable of hitting those marks and overtaking the economic might, then the next step would be the hard power. Because once you have the economic control, you're now capable of dictating food production or transfer of food and goods and steel and all these things that are linked in. And because of that, you can build your hard power until no one can stand against you. And in my opinion, I don't think any of us or most countries that have some good sense want China in that position. Or nations that would seek to implement all of their policies upon other countries in order for them to get in line with the way that they want the world to work. Sure. I mean, that's a possibility. I think many things can be true at the same time. So I think Venezuela is a problem in multiple ways, and we need to do something about it. And they're making casual threats and accusations, and then also causing harm to the American financial system, as well as imports of, say, drugs from China that are getting shipped to other nations and causing actual physical harm to the people. Well, then maybe that needs dealt with. And there's a second part to that, right? So say the world economy is in flux and we're in a cycle that is undeniable, then the moves that are made to keep the US in its place can make sense. Do I think that they're right or justified? I don't know. I think that there is justification for actions taken. Do I know enough about all of the inner workings of it to dead hard say that I'm right? No, I don't. God bless, Voltaire. Have a good night. Basically, it's just the rantings of some dude, right? But if anything can be gleaned from it, good.
For some questions. The fate of these panels is that we have too little time, too many great speakers, but I'd really like to open it up. I see 3 hands here. I'll start here with Peter Goodman, I think, at the time.
Yeah, hey, Peter Goodman with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, I'm wondering where the safeguarding of credibility in the institutions of American governance fits into your vision for America First, and specifically, where do you stand on the importance of Fed independence, and what are we to make of the fact that we've actually seen manufacturing jobs decline over the last year?
I'm going to collect a few, so I'm going to go, I think there was let's see, another gentleman here, and then I'll go to there. We'll try and do 2 rounds.
Thank you. I was going to ask about central bank independence, but not just the Fed, actually, more generally. But actually, I'll pivot to something else. So deregulation, which you've certainly seen in the US, also in the UK. How do you see those as tailwinds? We definitely see tailwinds in the US from a financial services perspective. How do you see it in other markets? Also, probably hear from the Chancellor.
Lady at the front here in the grey. We'll just do the front row for our starter round.
Hi, Mehreen Khan from the Times. Chancellor, you said that it's very important to understand who our friends are and what the threats are. Is China a friend to the UK or is it a threat to the
Ooh, that's a good question.
UK? The Prime Minister will be making a visit to China in the next couple of weeks, the first in many years. And Commerce Secretary, would you like to see the UK government taking a position on China that's much more in line with your administration's?
Well, that's a great round of questions.
See, that part right there, Pitt, is something that I actually mull over quite often. Like, there's a certain level of, do the ants know what's on the counter if they can't get on the counter, right? Like, how much is known and how much do we not know? And how much of the relevant things that we don't know make the things that we may claim to be unjustified justified, or the opposite? You can't see the top of the mountain from the ground. And so things that are so far beyond the level of the average person to even gauge makes it really hard to be sure about a lot of things.
Secretary Lutnick, we've not heard from you in a while.
Clearly, I'd like the UK, who was our great friend and ally, to be aligned with us. Right? That's clear. With respect to interest rates in America, there's been a classic policy that when the U.S. economy does well, raise rates and put brakes on it. When the U.S. economy is doing poorly, cut rates and add gas to it. But basically, define mediocrity one way or the other. And President Trump thinks quite differently. We are the best credit in the world.
Well, like, okay, I just had a thought. So think about this, Pitt. Say there's an action that needs taken, and that action is less than desirable, but not like evil. It's still a good thing in the long run, and the people of the country don't know why it's a necessity, but it is a necessity. And if the action isn't taken, then the entirety of the nation collapses and the lives of the people within the nation are ruined. But it has to affect another nation, and it may harm them. It may help them in the long run, but it may harm them in the short run. And you're unsure of where it will lead, but you do know 100% for sure, if you do not take this action, your country will suffer, and the people of your country will suffer, and you are the government of those people. Is it your duty to take that action, even though it sucks in the moment? That's the question, right? Because I think that we often minimize all these things into that's good or that's bad based on one or two things, but we don't know all the inner workings. And there may be projections out decades, and there may be economic costs and benefits that we don't even understand because we can't see the things at the level. And there's so many inner working details of things that it becomes really hard to track if you don't have access to even 1/10 of the information needed. And so a lot of the actions I think that happen are like that at a high level. And then we as the American people kind of hem and haw about it and aren't sure. And there's no 100%. We just kind of have to figure out where we stand on the issue based on what we can see and make our best judgment based on our framework, our worldview of right and wrong and good and bad and all of it. So
Why are we paying a higher rate than all the other credits of the world? It makes no sense. Our rates are too high, It's just binary. Our rate should be much lower so that our economy can finally flourish. I think we're going to grow more than 5% GDP this quarter, and that's for the $30 trillion
See, and I think
U.S.
that's
economy.
unacceptable.
And if rates were lower, you would see us hit
Hezbollah,
6%.
Hamas, and
What is holding
Iranian
us
troops
back
shouldn't be
is
training
ourselves. Okay, we are
in
going
nations.
to align our economy and our industrial policy with growth and success, and we hope to export that. I hope the UK follows our energy policy, follows our digital policy, so that our great tech companies can invest in the UK, can invest in Canada, can invest in Europe. But they can't if they have the Digital Services Act, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the digital this, the digital that. Europe has taxed our companies with fines and regulatory attacks more than they've earned in taxes on their own technology companies. Instead of saying, come and build and grow and build data centers here.
I think that I don't think it's that narrow, because I think when it comes to geopolitics, most of the general public are going to have a very small knowledge of the overview of everything that needs to be known to make actual justified decisions in the situations that we see done. No, I am not armed. I am a Marine.
They tax the heck out of them with fines and regulations that harm them. It's illogical. There's a reason the United States has $18 trillion of economic power coming in. You just watch. I couldn't say 5%, and I couldn't say, I think 6% if we cut interest rates is in the cards, unless that $18 trillion comes to America to build. And let me give you a hint. It's coming, and it's coming fast.
But I asked you about the principle of independence. Who gets to decide whether rates should be higher or lower? Whether you're right, should it be independent, or should you and the president get to decide that?
Well, thank you for putting me in. It has nothing to do with me, but thank you. The President of the United States gets to pick the members of the Board of Governors. He will pick the governors that he thinks are the best, and therefore the outcome will be set by the governors. That is set. The President has clearly set what he thinks the right answer is, which is lower rates based on our credit, not based on some other nonsense. But he will pick the governors, and the outcomes will be set by the Fed governors.
That I find illuminating in the sense that it's the sheer drama of your vision of potential American growth that helps us better understand the stakes in the struggle over the Fed. I think that is actually, for me, quite an illuminating answer. It segues very well with the AI discourse as well, about the urgency of the current moment and the coincidence of the AI boom with the first year of the Trump presidency. As a historian, I think we'll look back on as a hugely powerful moment. We had a bunch of really other interesting questions. Maybe, Chancellor Reeves, you would like to pick up the question from Maureen Khan?
Yes, first of all, I'll say something about central banks, though. In the UK, with this government, we very much believe in the independence of central banks and indeed respect for wider economic institutions. It's only 3 and a bit years ago the previous Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor spent months undermining the Bank of England, didn't allow the independent forecaster to do a budget forecast, combined with a load of unaffordable tax policy, sent interest rates soaring in the UK, inflation was unleashed and pensions were put in peril. And so we very much believe that even though, of course, we would like interest rates to be lower, we have to get inflation down to get interest rates lower, which is why we're taking £150 off of energy bills for all UK households from April this year, freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges to bring down inflation, which is currently at 3.2%. Bank of England think it will be back at target by late spring, early summer, and that will enable the Bank of England. So not taking shortcuts, but enable the bank.
Wait, how does freezing cost? Doesn't that just mean you'll run them at a deficit? And if you run them at a deficit, that doesn't actually improve inflation. I don't see. How does running all of those industries at a deficit decrease inflation?
To cut interest
Sorry,
rates.
I had a message.
Well, actually, on Antonio's question, I was laughing a little bit when people were talking about deregulation. Antonio and I, when I became Chancellor, would message each other regularly about development, I think in Horsham, was it, in Sussex, where you had some microscopic snails that as a result were stopping any houses being built. You know, in our regulatory system, we cared more about microscopic snails than we did about young families and first-time buyers getting on the housing ladder. Well, Antonio, I think you can confirm that has changed now. You are building those houses because we've changed the rules and regulations. We're letting people build stuff in Britain again, whether that is energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure, housing for our people.
Okay.
You name it, the data centers,
Just,
and you know, Ruth Porat.
yeah. I get that it would cut the gouging, but like you say, the ancillary effects. I think the carryover on something like that would still be more harmful than good. That's like price fixing. I don't think you can artificially undermine your economy and make it seem like inflation is going down, but I don't think you can actually, like, in actuality, lower the inflation that way. And not, at least not in a lasting way. That would be like a band-aid in a moment, and you can't even guarantee that it would work. It seems odd, I guess.
Who's here this week, and others at Google, and all of your big US companies are building data centers in Britain because we're making it easier for them to do so, and we don't have the regulation that some other countries have, which makes it easier to do business in Britain.
But even though we've had a subsidized milk market forever, that doesn't mean it brings inflation down, right? Like, if anything, that still costs, because that subsidy is then going to fall on a taxpayer or governmental structure, and so then it still plays into the cost overall. Yeah, I mean, it's like a balancing effect, almost a socialistic balancing effect, but it's still going to have its effects regardless of what we do with it, I think.
But we absolutely recognise that challenge from business to make it easier to get stuff done. Planning and regulation are being torn up in the UK because we want to make it easier to do business. And finally, on Maureen's point about China, the trade intensity between the UK and China is lower than between the US and China, lower than Germany and China, lower than France and China. We don't want to be an outlier, but we are a bit of an outlier.
That's
today,
because
and
China
we've missed
wants
out
an
on
in,
opportunities
guy
for British
or lady.
businesses to sell into US markets. Brian and Bank of America.
Obviously, they're going to be
do
softer on their
business,
policies because they want an in.
China. We want to help.
That'd be like the lowest bidder. Like, you want to be the lowest bidder, so you get the contract. The U.S. is saying, no, we're not going to be the lowest bidder. We're going to have standards. And they're like, well, our relationship with China is really good. Yeah, because China wants to be your primary supplier.
British businesses as well to be able to export to those fast-growing markets. That's in our national interest. but we also need to make sure that we use that relationship to challenge where necessary in a whole range of areas, including on areas such as dumping and the lack of respect for some rights of activists like Jimmy Lai, which we raise regularly with the Chinese. But you've got to be in the room to be able to have those conversations. You're not always going to be able to agree, but if you refuse to engage, then you are unable to have those difficult conversations too.
If I may, I'll go to another round of questions. We've got people queuing up in the audience. The gentleman here smiling at me with a tie, woman here in the check top.
I'm sorry,
and
chat. I
then
know this is a
gentleman here in the
very
middle.
boring
We'll go
video
over here.
because
We'll
it's
do four.
economics and
Okay,
it's
where you
like
go?
World Economic Forum, but
ITV News.
I think it's
question for
kind of
Mr.
important
Lutnick, if
for
I can,
us
from
as the general
UK,
populace to
Mr.
see
Lutnick.
the takes from
It is
the
said
finance
that
ministers from
President
other
Trump
nations
rather
communicating
likes
with
and admires
ours in a public
shows of
forum to answer
strength.
questions.
What
Because
would happen if Europe does
yes, there's a
decide
bit
to
of
respond with
staginess and some
tariffs?
theater to it because obviously they're on a public stage and they
Lady
know they're
here in
being
the
watched by
red
everybody.
shirts.
We don't get to see the back door, the back room conversations that
I was gonna
happen,
ask exactly the
which
same
may
one about
be completely different
retaliatory
than what we're
tariffs. So
seeing
I'll
here,
ask
but
a different
I
one.
think at the
Isn't
very
it
least
likely
it gives
to
us
become
some
a point
idea
at which financial
of
markets, this is one
stances
for-
and
also
what's
one
going
for
on.
the
So,
Secretary. Isn't there likely to come a point at which financial markets
and
start?
look, I can understand this too. Like, we have to remember in our head that like every country is trying to do its thing and take care of its people in what way it thinks is best. However, if you see a result in those nations that's very bad for its people, and it's a continued effect, and they have the ability to not do the thing that they're doing that's harming their people, and their people are even saying this is harming us, please stop doing it, in a pretty mass number, then I would say those countries need to be looked at with a little bit of skepticism. And then when those countries specifically start making claims of what the U.S. should do, they want us to do this policy. They want us to take on this idea or this ideal or this policy or this mission. Then we need to look at it and go, look, I'm not going to take your demands seriously because you have some level of failure happening, and then you're asking us for assistance and telling us you want us to also implement the things that you're doing that's causing failure. And I don't think that's one, sustainable, and I don't think it's good for us to look to those nations for policy if those policies are actually harmful to the overall populace of that nation. So. I understand. I can understand that. Yeah, that's what you were saying, Mr.
As they
Mister.
did a
That
couple of
Trump
years ago in the
is
UK about the credibility
headed
of
to
institutions, about whether the
Davos
US
or
is a
whatever.
reliable place to go to do business, whether
That'll
they can trust the
be
rule of
interesting.
law, whether there's so
Yeah,
much
I agree.
uncertainty
He will be
about
heated
the
after
sort of trade
this.
environment and so on, that it becomes a riskier place to.
It almost seems, I don't know that it's true, but it almost feels like there's a little bit of moral grandstanding towards the U.S.'s policy guy here. And what happens is, like, they're saying, well, we really think you should do this thing because it's right and it's good. And he's like, look, I'm going to do what's best for the American people, not care about what's good or right for your people. That's on you. I gotta look out for our people. And it's just a weird thing to watch. It's like these people have power and influence in our finance of our nation, and those ones have it in their nations. And we're seeing little, not even insults, but like snipes at how the US does what it does. And it's like, I don't know. Not your business. I mean, it is kind of because of the world stage, but not your business when it comes to like the citizenry because they're going to have a say.
Invest.
I'm going to take two more because this is going so well. Here we go. Gentleman here with the tie. There we go. And then over here, Ravi.
Right. I'm David Rhodes from Sky News in the UK. And my question is actually for EY and Bank America. Secretary Lutnick, you said that globalization had failed the West and
paying for education via property tax. Yeah, like a jab, like a snide remark. I mean, it happens though. Property taxes are used for like building schools and costs and all kinds of stuff in the US, all over. So
failed the United States, and you said it's left America behind. So I'd be interested to know some of the ways that the Bank of America and EY have been left behind in this set of circumstances that you're describing.
Ravi.
I thought your first answer was illuminating about what America First is, and you framed it partly as an expression of sovereignty. And I guess my question to you is, what about the sovereignty of other nations? And this is linked to your role, because the threats on Greenland are no longer hypothetical. You're already proposing economic warfare against 8 European countries. So how does this add up? Does sovereignty matter or not?
this question's funny to me because I understand where this guy is coming from, but it looks at things in a weird way, in my opinion. Again, all throughout history, countries conquered or lost and were conquered. And I'm not saying that like we should go back to conquering nations and stuff like that, but it's kind of been like the prevailing way of the human race over time to like acquire land, to grow your nation, to it's happened over and over and over since the beginning of time. And I think we're under the illusion that that time is over. And I'm not saying that we should, but I'm saying that I still think it's going to continue to happen. We've seen like Russia take territory from Ukraine. We've seen all these things happen. China's trying to take more territory. During the Soviet Union, they had way more territory and then they lost it because they collapsed. Like these sways, ebbs and flows, and new nations being born and nations going out of existence has happened throughout time for all of humans being here. And so I don't think that's over. And I think that we have a modern view of how things ought to be. And it's weird to us because we're not used to it in our lifetime. That isn't normal anymore. But it's still been happening all of our lifetimes. Like our lifetime, the lifetime before ours, it's always been the case that countries are expanding or shrinking or breaking, dissolving, becoming something new. And so I think we have to adjust how we think about that. And he's like, what about the sovereignty of other nations? You're talking about your nation's sovereignty. What about the sovereignty of other nations? I can agree that there's some level of care for the sovereignty of those other nations and a respect for that sovereignty because that keeps peace. But at the same time, there's a level of, well, our nation, as it stands, is responsible to its people. And if the security of those people or the needs of those people become greater than, we must do what it takes to secure that. Now, I'm by no means am I saying we're justified to do whatever we want, do whoever we want, whenever we want, just because we feel like it. But I think that that would be the justification we've seen over time in the past. And sometimes it's been used in bad or dirty ways. Sometimes it's been done in ways that were necessary. But it's just the case that that is true. I know, Mr.
So I'll try to start on this side, which is when we launched our tariff regime.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to have to wrap this up very shortly. So I might just let this play through a little bit more and then give a closeout, and then we'll end it, and I can send you guys to whoever you
On
want
April 2nd,
me to
the
send off
world
to.
was aflutter with all of these kind of comments. But since then, if you check at the end of 2025, you will see all of the key indicators are up. The UK stock market's up, Europe's stock market is up, Japan is up, Korea is up. They are all up because, as it turns out, there is much more stability in a strong America and a natural and long-term relationship between two countries. I think with respect to the tariff policy, the president uses tariff policy to make sure people
Strategic
are talking,
territory.
paying attention, and not just acting. You have seen him use tariff policy again and again to have outcomes that are reasonable and appropriate. So the fact that he doesn't want things to be done without discussion and without consideration is a way for him to say, hey.
We have AI now, right? And it can project out pretty reliably a lot of different things. I'm not saying it's perfect because it makes really goofy mistakes quite often, but if you took it to a pure mathematical, gamified version of what is coming, what will happen, how will finances fluctuate on Earth, what will nations do, what reactions will be taken, it does make me wonder how far out you can game and what actions would be taken throughout the gamification of the situations that come up that would necessitate actions. I'd be curious to see if that's been done and what process would need to be.
You know, you need to talk to us. If you're our great ally, you need to talk to us. Do I think the trade deals that we've set with Europe, with the UK, are they durable? I absolutely do. I do not see a model where Europe would decide, I want to blow up the tariff I have on automobiles or on pharmaceuticals or on semiconductors. I'd like to just go back to the way it was in April. I just don't see that happening. What I see happening is diplomacy and talking and at the table rather than action, which is something I think the president cares about and is important to the president. And I said, I will leave that to my national security people. But the president is clear-minded and clear of thought. He feels, and he's talked about this for 30 years, he has felt that the industrial policy of the United States...
No, although I have thought through some of that process to see what it leads to. Like, obviously, you can't predict everything that happens, but I've thought about things like, would it be possible over time to better, I don't know, to better the lives of every person through whatever process? I mean, how have they justified colonization in every nation over the last 5,000 years? Would be a good question.
Be hollowed out, and that would be true of Britain, and that would be true of Europe, that all of this has moved to Asia, right, where they make everything and we just...
Generally, I think it comes down to my people need something, so we're going to do this thing. Kind of like wars, too, actually. Yeah. I think you're always safer with friendly, like amiable relationships.
Just buy it. And that has got to end. We need to produce things in America. We need to produce things, and we encourage the UK to do the same, right? And you agree. It's not as if we disagree. So that's the history. And Sovereignty for America says we need to have our own steel. We need to have aluminum. We can have it with great allies, but we cannot have it where we rely on other people that maybe, like we've seen in critical minerals, and make no mistake about it, the critical mineral issue was with us a year ago. Everybody was sleeping through it. Donald Trump ripped the Band-Aid off, and the whole world said, oh my God. And that is the intuition and power of Donald Trump's presidency, is that he's teaching the world what is wrong.
No, I didn't say might makes right. Might is just the tool. Might is the baseline. Might makes things happen. I'm not saying that might makes anything right, because the mighty could be evil. The mighty could be good. It just makes. And so if might makes, you need to make sure it's in the hands of the right people. That's it. I'm not saying we should do anything. Because just because you have the might doesn't make you the good. And I'm sure we all know that we've seen might do evil, so.
And now the world is working together with respect to critical minerals
good to see
fix
you.
it, right? But there are all sorts of things that need to be fixed, one of which is a modification of industrial policy, that the United States of America should be a place where you build things, and I would encourage the UK to do the same. Granted, it can't be everything to everyone, but there are a lot of things. Same for Canada, same for all our allies.
I agree with this. We need way more of the production of our own goods. Like, medications being produced in China is a terrible idea. The moment that there's enmity between the US and China in such a way that we can no longer procure goods from them is a terrible, terrible thing. Like, I think something like most of all antibiotics are made outside of the US. Most of our pharmaceutical drugs are made outside of the US. That's a terrible thing. We should be producing those things. We should be producing a lot of the goods that are used by us because, one, that's jobs, that's an economy, but that's also in times where there's unsureness between nations, you still have the ability to produce things that you need. So. It doesn't matter what people. There's a level of I don't want to that is so careless and foolish of people today. That's what I think. I think I don't want to is, look, we have all kinds of great technology that is making many of the jobs that we used to do that were super hard labor, not quite as harsh labor. And I guarantee you there's plenty of people today that would work in a steel mill if it was a good paying job. Especially in the lower tiers of our economy. There's tons of people that would take those manufacturing jobs that used to be here but aren't now because they have families to feed, and if they could make a better wage, they'd take it. I don't want to, doesn't matter when it comes to survival. So.
Well, then we'll be back to a tit for tat, which is how we began. And it will end in a very positive conversation between Donald Trump and Ursula von der Leyen, which is what happened last time. So you can start with a kerfluffle, but in the end, right, the United States.
Yeah, I think that's a failure on the fortitude of the American people. I think that we have let ourselves get to the point of the cycle where strong men have made the world comfortable for us, at least in the U.S. Good, hard-working people over the long time have made a society that's comfortable, and that comfort and that what is it? We've become comfortable, and because we're comfortable, we're complacent, and that's led to weakness and an unwillingness to do what is hard for the benefit. Sure, that's very possible. And I think that partially that comes back to the way in which our economy has been run from the top down, but also from the habits of the people over time. And so you have a failure in the economic system because of the ease. As things become easier and easier, civilizations build more and more social programs. They build more and more help to the people, which is needed and is good at the time. But over time, they become so burdensome that the economy starts to fall in on itself. And avenues of revivification have to be taken, but they're not true revivification. They lead to fake bolstering that only props it up for a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer, until you've devalued to the point where it's collapse or expand or change the system completely. And then you have, at that point, generally speaking, in civilizations, you have revolutions and breakdowns and falls apart, and everything has to reform, and then a new financial standard. And it seems like that's a cycle that every nation has gone through over the last 2,000 years at least. And so if that is the case, then America's in that same cycle, and we'll see what happens.
And Europe are great allies. The United States and the UK are great allies. These are our great allies, right? We are great allies with Canada. We are great.
Huh. I'm not talking about you as an individual, though. See, that's the problem with 340 million people. We're not all the same people. I agree with you in that way. But guess what? As like a husband and a father, I can't just say I don't feel like it. So whatever the situation around me is, I still have to say I have to do what I have to do. And it sucks for the people that have to do hard things. And life isn't fair. And I'm not saying that we should make it harder on them. What I am saying, though, is that we, not you and I, but the American people or people over time, have pushed things to this point. Whether they knew it was going to come to this point or not, which most likely they didn't, because you can't just look into the future. All you can do is kind of gauge things based on what you know of the past and of the current and make choices. I don't know. I'd have to look much
allies.
deeper than I do.
It doesn't mean
honestly.
you don't have an argument. It doesn't mean you don't disagree. But it doesn't change the fundamentals of the United States knows who our allies are. And if we're going to have a kerfluffle, so be it. But we know where it's going to end. It's going to end in a reasonable manner. That in our view, prior to Donald Trump taking the helm of the United States of America, the world was taking the piss out of us, right? And we were exporting the power of our economy to the rest of the world. In 1 year of change,
So I have a theory on that, and partially it's you say how long? Forever, till the day you die. And as much as that may suck, there's a level of life is suffering that we have to embrace, right? Embrace the suck, right? Because there's going to be things that suck, and you can only do what you can at your level, in your area, in your life. And if that means struggling and suffering for a time, then that's what you have to do. If you Oh, I agree. I agree with that. I think that there's all kinds of stuff, right? The economy is a very complicated thing. And we can make claims about this or that, but there's so many variables attached to that thing that it makes it really hard to make any definitive statements. And then on top of making that, thank you, Norwegian Dan, welcome to membership. And thus, one size did not fit all, after all. Thank you, Dan. But there's a certain level of we live in a system we as an individual don't have control over. We have a modicum of control through a vote or processes, but you and I, as human beings, have to just do what we have to do in our individual life. And we can make what effects we can based on what we believe or what we know in this world. And that's what we can do. And then we just have to live with whatever this thing is. And sometimes it sucks, and sometimes it's grand, and you make it work the best you can. So.
Said my expectation is GDP of the United States of America is over 5% in the first quarter of 20.
Like if I had a wand that could just fix it all and we'd all be better off because of it, I'd do that. I don't know what that would take. And I don't think that anybody has a definitive grasp on what that would take, but I would.
26. That's just my opinion. But so far in the first quarter, if you saw what I said I thought the United States would grow 4%. And the whole world said, you got to be kidding me. 4.3% in the third quarter. You're going to see plus 5% from the United States of America, the $30 trillion economy winning. And that's good for the world.
We're out of time, but I still want to give the final word to our representatives from the private sector, because I thought this question that you asked was really quite a fundamental one. Does the Secretary's counter-narrative to the story of globalization, which he quite rightly associates and quite fairly associates with WEF, does that ring true for you? Or do you see elements that you can agree with, even if perhaps the overall story doesn't work?
As he went through the pieces, the national security pieces, manufacturing job content as a percentage of all.
One thing I would say about all of this, like the World Economic Forum, like this is a globalization thing, right? And I can see in some ways there's benefit in the minds of people, but the truth of the matter is, to me, it doesn't make sense to have actual globalization unless that globalization takes a form that actually is within the wheelhouse of what you support and believe. Because if that globalization system that takes hold is antithetical to everything you hold dear and actually may be harmful to the majority of people on Earth, then it's not worth it. It'd be better off that you hold the sanctity of your own and figure out how to make it work, not open the doors to everything and everyone and just make everybody widgets across the board. I don't think that works. Good stuff, Pitt.
Conte, even though we're a very services-oriented economy, it's not that America hasn't done fine. It's a question of, do we have the pieces today that we need to be successful on the dimensions of defense, national security, dominance of what the next big arc is, which is AI and technology implementation, and the power to build that, and the power to know you have it. Rachel mentioned something earlier which didn't pick up, which was the supply chain precision and efficiency. We all learned the lesson in COVID.
Yep,
When you woke up and you
it
didn't
weakens
have
us
personal, protective
specifically.
equipment.
Okay. Sorry about that. My internet dropped. I think that might be my cue to be done for the evening. So here is the question I would ask to the chat. Where, dear chat, would you like to send you? Who is online that I can put you all off to? Look, I think you probably made it a little bit entertaining, and you made me think. You came in pretty hot at first, but that's kind of why I'm here, to have conversations, to promote talking about things. Because I think right and left are like at each other's throats at all points. And as much as I hate some of the ideologies that are being stood for on the left, I still think that talking has to be done. Because I don't think anybody would like what the end of talking looks like. And I think you and I know that pretty well. When the talking stops and you're no longer able to talk, that's not what we want. So I think people need to learn to communicate better, more effectively. I think partially that's why I'm here, is to promote that, but also to just talk to people, say what I think, and hopefully it's worth something. So. Yeah, I can send it off to Kieran. That will work. I'm not claiming you're from anywhere. I'm just saying that that happens from time to time. I'll have somebody from the left come in and just attack the entire stream. And usually I'm willing to talk. I'll have them up even. So, I mean, you got to stand for what you believe and what you think. And sometimes that means having conversations with people that believe completely opposite of you. So, better to have the conversation than to swing, or worse. So, there's that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with me. It's a good stream. We got to see quite a bit of the World Economic Forum's the economic ministers for each of the nations having a conversation. I would say, bless you all. Thank you for being here with me. I hope you have a wonderful evening, and I should see you again tomorrow, probably. If I don't, I will see you the day after. So, let's get you lined up. So, off Kieran's. Let Kieran know the presidential raid has hit when you get there for me. I'm going to probably eat a snack in bed. So, bed. Less. And where's Kieran? Oh, there he is. Okay. Oh wait, that's scheduled. Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right, because I don't want to like accidentally not send you and think I sent you. Be like, hey, did you get that raid? You'd be like, oh. You know what I mean? Because that's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, God bless you. Thank you for being here with me. I'll be back to talk about more stuff soon. Have yourselves a good night.